Welcome to you, Fedda. Good morning. Can you hear me? Dear Fedda ma'am, can you hear me? Welcome, Professor Mari.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Thank you very much. I'm fine too. It's nice to see you and all participants. I'm very happy to be with you.
Thank you so much. Professor Mari, can you please introduce yourself to us?
Yes, sure. My name is Marek Mateusz. I'm from Poland. We are in European Union, and now we have 8:30 a.m. in Poland. So it's important because in our conference for participants from all over the world. And I closely cooperate with Eurasia Research and SSHRA. And this is my next conference, and I will have presentation today. I'm very happy and proud to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mari. We are so honored to have you here. Welcome, Dr. Samuel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we
Hi.
can hear you, Samuel.
Hi, good morning from here, from UK.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Thank you very much. We are fine. And how are you?
I'm okay. Nice to meet you, Marek.
Nice to meet you, Samuel.
And
Are you from London or other city in United Kingdom?
I'm in Bradford.
All right, all right.
Where about are you?
I am from Łódź. It's quite interesting city in Poland. It's not the capital, but third largest city in our country.
Oh, great. Great. Nice to meet you.
Dr. Samuel, can you please introduce yourself to us?
Okay, my name is Dr. Samuel Ogwaibu, and I'm a lecturer in international business and strategic management from Bradford University. And my interests are, okay, first of all, I've taught several modules or units across the management discipline. And my interests in terms of research is in creativity and innovation and environmental sustainability, technology management from the business side of things, and also organizational and human behavioral research. Basically, almost anything that has to do with environmental sustainability, I'm interested, and especially research hot topics related to smart technology, artificial intelligence, robotics, and algorithms. Yeah, I think that's all I can give for now. If there's any question, then I'll add up. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you for your lovely introduction.
You're welcome.
Dwayne ma'am, can you hear us? Okay, might be she's facing some glitches. We'll start with the conference once everybody will join. So let's just wait for 2 to 3 minutes more. Professor Marek,
Yes.
what's the COVID situation going in your country right now?
I have some problems with hearing you. There is some, the sound is not clear, and maybe there are some microphone problems. Samuel, do you hear Ritika very well?
So that again, I'm trying to work on my volume here because I can hear much clearly.
All right. Could you please repeat your question, Ritika?
Yes, sir. I'm asking that.
It's much better. All right.
Yes, I was asking that what is the COVID situation going in your country?
Well, we have high inflation, we have war in our neighbor Ukraine, and we are in the centrum of this conflict, maybe not the centrum, but we are participating in some ways in this conflict. So the times are very warm for us now.
Right.
There are interesting times for us, for Poland nowadays.
Also, I would request you, each one of you, to kindly rename your Zoom accounts with original names in English. This would help us to record your presence. Dr. Samuel, can you hear me well? Yeah. So, what is the COVID situation going in your country?
You mean the COVID situation?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's an obvious response. In the UK, it's very much relaxed. It's a very much relaxed situation at the moment. There isn't, excuse me, there isn't that much pressure, I would say, from the COVID side, and in terms of wearing of masks, you know, and a lot of other more stringent policies, you know, those are very much relaxed at the moment, and it's not like it used to be. So yeah, I think we had graduation just last week, and the entire hall was packed full, and there wasn't. I think if I could count, maybe 1 or 2 people wearing face masks only. The entire hall was packed full. So there isn't that much severe pressure coming from that side of the story. So I would say it's a bit more relaxed than it used to be.
That's really
over
nice.
here.
So regarding COVID situation, I think that situation in Poland is similar. It's not strict regulations and so on. So
Oh, I see.
it will disappear soon.
Dew, ma'am, can you hear us now? I would once again like to request each one of you to kindly rename your Zoom accounts with original names in English. This will help us to record your presence. And also, please, I would request you to keep your cameras on. So let's start with our conference today. Welcome to Eurasia Research International Conference. Welcome to Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference, 26 July 2022, 6:30 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Today we have presentation and participants from 9 countries across the world. We are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The links for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. The countries are UK, South Korea, Poland, USA, Australia, Thailand, Macau, France, Indonesia. Please allow me a moment to introduce Eurasia Research to you in a nutshell. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia Research has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during the COVID era and have presented research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method of continue with their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarship. We provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young researchers scholarship is provided in the form of full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in area of social science and humanities and have registered ISSN and have following re-own indexing, Google Scholar, cross-check, authenticate, cross-ref, the Keepers Registry, Script, Portico, Road, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI, PMH, Registered Data Provider, PKP Index. We will soon be applying for Scopus 2. We have a wide networking of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We could have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interests. Join our Facebook group and be a part of our discussions by researchers. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interests and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce about our latest project, which is Terra Fellow Program in education. The program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in teaching industry from academic stalwarts. We have a free of cost of member of teaching and education summit for all researchers, practitioners, and educationalists. We would like to share some of our past participant experience with you. Thank you for your patience and valuable time. Moving forward with the conference. My name is Ritika Gupta. I'm today's conference host. Today we have our president, Associate Professor Marek Matejun, Department of Entrepreneurship and Industrial Policy, Faculty of Management, University of Lodz, Poland. Let's hear a few words from him.
Hello everyone, my name is Marek Matejun, originally associated with the University of Łódź, Poland. I am the president of Social Science and Humanities Research Association. On behalf of my colleagues, advisory board and our members, it is a pleasure and an honor to welcome you to our international community. Social Science and Humanities Research Association, SSHRA, is promoted by Eurasia Research and aims to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and create opportunities for networking and scientific collaboration in the field of social science and humanities. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, workshops, projects, scientific publication, academic awards, and scholarships. We create wonderful opportunities for sharing knowledge, research results, and discussion at our interdisciplinary conferences organized in Asia, Europe, and Africa, International Conference on Social Science and Humanities, as well as at the International Conference on Business, Economics, Language, Law, and Psychology. We closely cooperate with internationally recognized universities and research organizations as our institutional partners. For our members, we offer inspiring scientific events, team-building activities, strong social media platform for networking, young researcher scholarships, as well as opportunities for publications in international journals. The driving force behind our success is the diversity of members and international advisory board who provide inspiration, ideas, efforts, and drive collaborations. Scholars, researchers, professionals, academic teachers, and students are warmly invited to become a member of SSHRA and join our ever-growing network, working for the benefit of research and society with the spirit of knowledge sharing, mutual respect, and growth. Following these values, we kindly invite you to join our community and collaboration with us. As a member of SSHRA, you will be a part of progressive, comprehensive research association and play an absolutely essential role in helping us to enrich our scientific activities, maintain our long-standing commitment to the development of social science and humanities, and enhance our global impact. Thank you and welcome to SSHRA International Community. Connect, collaborate, and co-create an outstanding future with us.
Can I say something? Excuse me, can I say something?
Thank you so much, Marek sir, for your beautiful video. Yes, please.
Can I say something?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Saying the truth, I always feel a little confused when I watch the video. However, The opportunity to cooperate with you is a great honor and privilege and distinction for me. So thank you very much.
You're most welcome, Professor Marek. We are so honored to have you here. Let's move forward. Next up, we have our eminent speaker, Dr. Vincent Laplaca, Associate Professor of Public Health and Policy at the University of Greenwich and Senior Fellow of the Higher Education Academy, Park Row, London, United Kingdom. Let's hear a few words from him.
I'm Dr. Vincent Laplaca. I'm an Associate Professor of Public Health and Policy at the University of Greenwich in London. I'm a Senior Fellow of the Higher Education Academy in the UK and an Honorary Fellow of Terra. I have a PhD in psychology and social sciences, and I teach at the University of Greenwich. As I said, I'm an associate professor for public health and policy, and I teach on a number of modules. For example, research methods, public health and health policy, theoretical concepts and approaches to health and well-being. I teach undergraduates and I also teach postgraduates, and I supervise some PhDs as well. But I also do quite a lot of research. So, for example, we have a book coming out we might want to talk about a bit later, which has been co-edited and co-written with another author. So I've got quite a big background in both research, writing and teaching. I would encourage friends and colleagues and people at the university to attend Eurasia Research activities and similar activities. I think it's a good opportunity that people shouldn't miss out on, to be able to meet a diverse collection of people, to be able to present your research to a diverse group of people. So my advice, especially to both to undergraduate and postgraduate students, to try every now and then to be able, in some environment, to present your research, get feedback, but also meet a nice bunch of individuals as well. And there seemed to be lots of good interaction, and I think people left with a good experience, having learned something new from somebody or learned something new from a different presentation, and overall came away with a very positive experience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vincent Laplaca, for your beautiful words. Let's move forward. Next up, we have our next eminent speaker, Ma'am Nastya Larasati Santosa, Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. Let's hear a few words from her.
Yeah, so my name is Nasha. I'm from Indonesia. I am a double degree bachelor student from the University of Groningen and also the School of Business and Management in ITB. And my research is titled The Possibility of Ratification of the UNCISG in Countries Influenced by Sharia Law. And this research raises the issue of how the UNCISG is incompatible with Sharia law. I think in a world where there's no pandemic, I think it would be better to discuss it offline, face to face. But since there is the current pandemic, I think it is safer to do it online. So yeah, so to stop the spread of the virus further. So I think you just have to adapt to it and make the best of exchanging your thoughts and also your ideas with other people. And with technology, you can do that with online platforms nowadays. Yeah. As I said, with the current pandemic, I think it is safer to do it online conference, but especially also it's beneficial for those who actually have travel budget, if they don't have the budget to travel, because I know it's very expensive to travel, especially for me as a student. If I have to travel elsewhere to attend a conference that require me to make visa first, and then also the hotel expenses. And nowadays with COVID, you have to do PCR testing before your flights, and maybe also quarantine. So that adds more expenses. So I think online conference give us the luxury of eliminating those expenses, as well as still being able to convey and also put out what your research is about, and also share your knowledge with other people around the world. It was very, despite it being online, it was actually very interactive, and I really like that you had key speakers. It gave me new insights about life, and also it motivated me to strive to become a better person for the future. And yeah, thank you for having me here. It was very nice to share some of my experiences, as well as also my research. Yeah, I think it was a very pleasant experience that I had with Eurasia Research. And yeah, I would recommend anyone who wants to share their knowledge or their research.
Thank you so much, Nasya, for your beautiful words. Moving ahead with the conference. Today's conference schedule is session 1, keynote talk. Session 2 will be team activity and photo session. Session 3 will be technical talk. Rename your Zoom account with your full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your question related to the presentation in the chat box while the presentations are going on. Third, all the certificate receipts and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their email ID. Moving ahead with the publication process. The publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and reviewer details on email ID convener@eurasiaresearch.info. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of the publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference date if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadline. Today we have our keynote speaker, Associate Professor Marek Mateyon, Department of Entrepreneurship and Industrial Policy, Faculty of Management, University of Lodz, Matsky, Lodz, Poland. His topic is entrepreneurial opportunities and innovational performance in small business. Marek Mateyon is an associate professor in the Department of Entrepreneurship and Industrial Policy at the Faculty of Management, University of Lodz, Poland. He received his PhD in 2006 and DSc in 2016, both scientific degrees in management sciences. His research interest focuses on entrepreneurship and small business management, modern concepts and methods of management, strategic management, as well as research methodology in management sciences. He specializes in the exploration and exploitation of entrepreneurial opportunities in small business development, taking up to business activity and entrepreneur education. He is the author and co-author of over 180 scientific publications. He has participated in many Polish and international research projects and also in research visit to university in Finland 2019, China in 2017, United Kingdom in 2016, Belgium in 2013, and Czech Republic in 2013. He is the editor-in-chief in People, International Journal of Social Science, and an associate editor in the World Journal of Management, that is Australia, University Scientific Notes, Ukraine, and Journal of Economics and Management in Poland. He closely cooperates with Eurasia Research and holds the position of the president of Social Science and Humanities Research Association. He is also a member of Academy of Management, USA, European Association Methodology, Germany, and Polish Economic Society, Poland. He gave many keynote speeches at international conferences, example in Singapore in 2022, Paris in 2021 and 2017, Tokyo in 2020, London in 2020 and 2019, Prague in 2019, Wings in 2019. For his research activity, he has earned many Polish and international scientific awards. Today, let's see his video.
I have a short information, if I can, because
Yes.
the topic of my presentation is a little bit different. And the topic will be exploitation of support in small business, negative effects of inter-organizational trust. And this topic about entrepreneurial opportunities will be presented in September, I think, in Athens, at Athens conference. But I hope that this topic also will be interesting for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Marek.
Hello, all participants of the International Conference on Social Science and Humanities organized by Eurasia Research. My name is Marek Matejun, and I am very happy and proud to serve as a keynote speaker at this great scientific event. Just before my main presentation, I will shortly present my country, my university, and my own research interests. I am from Poland, which is a middle-sized country located in the Central Europe, eastern part of the European Union. Our neighbor countries are Germany, Russia, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. Capital of Poland is Warsaw, but I live in Łódź, which is located in the center of Poland, about 150 kilometers from the capital city. The name of my city, Łódź, is very difficult to pronounce, but its meaning in English is very simple and means a boat. And it is quite interesting and a little bit funny because, as you can see on the map, we do not have access to any bigger river. I represent University of Łódź, which was established in 1945 and is one of the biggest universities in Poland with about 4,000 staff members and about 40,000 students. My university is one of the top public universities in Poland, and it is ranked from 101 to 1000 in the QS World University Rankings 2023. It consists of 20 faculties, and I represent the Faculty of Management, which was founded in 1994. According to my academic work, I am associate professor at the Department of Entrepreneurship and Industrial Policy. In 2016, I obtained habilitation degree, which is the second level scientific degree in Poland. My research interests are mainly related to entrepreneurship and small business management, innovation management, strategic management, and research methodology in management sciences. I am also strongly engaged in cooperation with Social Science and Humanities Research Association and Eurasia Research. This cooperation started in 2017 from Bali conference. Since then, I have already attended 14 conferences organized by Eurasia Research and have presented 10 keynote plenary speeches. I am also president of SSHRA and a member of International Scientific Board for conferences organized by our association. I also invite you to cooperate with us. Visit our website for further information and become a lifetime member of our affiliated associations. I hope you will also be interested in attending our other scientific conferences around the world. Now we can move to the main topic of my speech, exploitation of support in small business, mediating effect of inter-organizational trust. Its aim is to identify and assess the role of trust in managing relationships with stakeholders on the sample of support exploitation for small businesses. I will start with literature review. On this basis, I will develop research model and formulate 2 research hypotheses. Then, I will present methodological foundations for this study and research results. In the final part, I will formulate concluding. My speech should take about 20 minutes. Small business, I mean micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, are considered as the backbone of the world and European economy due to their innovativeness, capacity to stimulate productivity, provide employment opportunities, and improve welfare of the people. These enterprises operate in dynamic and complex environment with many support initiatives and assistance programs dedicated for small business. In their environment, we can find many different support institutions, usually public ones, which offer specific support instruments for SMEs, such as financial grants and loans, organizational and legal instruments, consulting, training, and information services, as well as technological and pro-innovation services. Exploitation of these instruments may be the source of many advantages for small business, including resource benefits, for example, access to new resources, development of unique resources, improvement of human capital equality, and market benefits, for example, extension of the company's offer, increase in innovation and flexibility. On the other hand, however, SMEs face many barriers in exploitation of public support. Therefore, systematic and persistent exploitation of this support, often expressed by many attempts to obtain specific support instruments, becomes very important. These assumptions lead to the formulation of the first hypothesis. Exploitation of support directly, significantly, and positively determine the extent of support advantages achieved by SMEs. When looking more deeply into relationships between SMEs and support institutions, we can find that the scope of support advantages is determined by the trust in relations between these parties. It is possible to indicate many different problems in this area. For example, lack of trust that there is an appropriate type of support for a specific company, lack of certainty as the potential value of the support, concerns about the advisor's understanding to the specificity of a business, and moreover, small entrepreneurs are usually discouraged by their own previous negative experience of support exploitation or those of others. The trust between SMEs and support institutions is therefore of an inter-organizational nature, including a belief in the beneficial, reliable, predictable, and mutually acceptable action of the other party, as well as of an interactional nature based on dialogue and joint involvement in decision making. Due to the specificity and scope of these relationships, it is possible to distinguish two dimensions of this trust relevant for SMEs. First, the ability to access support institutions' reliability, and second, a trustworthy image brand of the company for support institutions. In the first case, it is primarily important to identify positive examples of the use of support in companies' environment and the ability to objectively assess the support institutions and the support instruments. The second dimension consists of an openness to the environment, an ethical approach to the exploitation of support, and orientation to long-term partnership relations with support institutions. Changes in this trust results, among other things, from interpretations of partner behaviors that depend on the performance that has been achieved during earlier stages of cooperation, and as well as on relationship frequencies between SMEs and support institutions. This, therefore, leads to the formulation of the second hypothesis. Trust in relationships with support institutions mediates the impact of support exploitation on the support advantages achieved by SME sector companies. Taking all into account, the general assumptions are presented as a research model. In this model, there is a direct, positive impact of exploitation of support on support benefits for small business. However, this impact is mediated by development of trust in relationships between SMEs and support institutions. To verify research model and test research hypothesis, I conducted survey research on a sample of 1,741 SMEs from 22 European countries. It was electronic survey research, and research tool was an original questionnaire which was available to respondents at questionpro.com. The size of the surveyed companies was determined on the basis of SME's definition by the European Commission. In total, 1,183 micro companies, 399 small companies, and 159 medium-sized companies took part in the survey. These enterprises were mostly sole proprietorships or limited liability companies operating primarily in the service sector. The respondents were mostly owners or managers of surveyed companies. The variables used in the research model are complex and latent. For this reason, an approach based on synthetic variables was used to analyze the relationships between them. They have been operationalized using sets of specific items, indicators, that can be directly identified and assessed in the economic practice of small business. The content of individual items resulted directly from the theoretical characteristics of the variables. They were all evaluated by respondents on a visual analog scale from 1 to 100. To measure internal consistency reliability of variables, Cronbach's alpha coefficient was used, taking a minimum acceptable value of 0.7, and to test reliability and validity of variables, confirmatory factor analysis was used. All factors, as you can see in this table, all factors loadings were found to be above 0.5, and most of them were above 0.7. On this basis, the values of composite reliability and average variance extracted were found to be acceptable. Additionally, 4 control variables were used in the analysis, which were measured on ordinal scales based on respondents' answer. The first was the size of the company, the second, the age of the company, the third, the market coverage, and the last, the technological level of the company. The results indicate that the survey enterprises undertake activities for exploitation of support to a moderate extent, with the main stimulant being the entrepreneurship of owners, managers, and their focus on taking advantage of market opportunities. What is important, involvement in support exploitation translates strongly into support advantages. Among the detailed benefits, the respondents mentioned most the extension of the scale of operation and market offer of the company, increase in innovativeness, and intensification of development in a scheduled direction. At the same time, exploitation of support is strongly connected with the increase of trust in relations with institutions supporting SMEs. This trust is developed in the surveyed sample to a moderate extent, with slightly more respondents assessing their trustworthy image brand than the reliability of business support institutions. Trust in relationships with support institutions is also strongly linked to the extent of the benefits of using support, which initially confirms the assumptions made in the research model. To obtain more detailed test of the research model, mediation analysis was carried out involving 3 steps. Step number 1, demonstrating that the predictor significantly determines the level of the dependent variable. Step number 2, demonstrating that the predictor significantly determines the variability of the mediator. And step number 3, demonstrating that the mediator is an important predictor of the dependent variable with additional consideration of the impact of the independent model variable. At the same time, the previously significant impact of the independent model variable on the dependent one should become insignificant, or its significance should be clearly reduced. This analysis is presented in this table. Model 1 analyzed the impact of the predictor exploitation of support on the dependent variable, the support advantages. This impact proved to be statistically significant with no impact of control variables. At the same time, it explains 28% of the variability of benefits from the use of support in SMEs under analysis. Also, in model number 2, exploitation of support determines significantly the level of trust in relations between SMEs, companies, and support institutions. This interaction is characterized by a very high degree of matching, amounting to 64%. The key to explaining the mediation effect is model number 3, which results in statistically significant impact of trust in relations with institutions supporting small businesses on the level of benefits resulting from the use of support by SMEs with simultaneous controlling assessment of the impact of actions in the scope of support used on the dependent variable. We can see that the previously significant impact of the independent variable on the level of benefits from the use of support is reduced both from the point of view of impact strength, about 5 times less impact than that of the mediator, and from the point of view of the level of significance. This indicates, therefore, the occurrence of trust as an intermediary factor between the exploitations of support and the benefits resulting from the use of support by SME companies. The further specification of this analysis is model number 4, in which the effect is visible in relation to both trust dimensions under considerations. First, assessment of support institutions, reliability, and the second, trustworthy image brand of the company for support institutions. Therefore, the results confirm the direct, significant, and beneficial impact of exploitation of support on the support advantages achieved by small business, which positively verifies the first hypothesis. But the results also show that the trust between SMEs and support institutions acts as a mediator of the impact of exploitation of support on the level of benefits resulting from the use of support, which positively verifies the second hypothesis. Concluding my presentation, I would like to emphasize that support exploitation contributes significantly to a number of benefits for small business. Therefore, it is worth encouraging small business entrepreneurs and managers to engage in relations with support institutions. These relationships further strengthen trust in support institutions and instruments, which then translates into above average resources and market benefits from the use of support. We can also say that results strengthen the relationships between trust management, stakeholders theory, and resource-based view by treating the individual dimensions of trust, in our case, the first assessment of support institutions' reliability, and the second, trustworthy image brand of the company, as specific dynamic resources, capabilities to build a sustainable competitive advantage for small business based on exploitation of support. What is also important, social exchange theory explains the increase in trust in support institutions resulting from the involvement of SMEs in exploitation of support. This involvement is the result of entrepreneurs' rational calculation of the expected support advantages. The positive impact of trust on the growth of these advantages is at the same time related to the reduction of transaction costs of cooperation between SMEs and support institutions. As a result, trust becomes a key factor, including stability and predictability, as well as facilitating coordination in relationships between small businesses and support institutions. And that concludes my speech. Here you can see all references from the presentation. And that brings us to the end. Thank you very much for your attention. I kindly invite you to cooperation in entrepreneurship and management. I also invite you to visit my website and my YouTube channel to find out more about my scientific activity and get contact details. If you have any comments or questions, it is a time for the discussion now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Marek, for your wonderful presentation. Would you like to add something here?
First of all, I'm sorry for some mistakes in pronunciation of some difficult words. The second, thank you very much for the opportunity to present my speech, my research. I think the problem of exploitation support for small business is very important because small, medium-sized micro enterprises are usually lack of resources and they have to use external support to develop and to grow. And the problem was very clearly visible during COVID pandemic because at the beginning, many countries started specific public programs to support small business. Not only small, but many aid programs and grants and instruments were offered for small business. And I contacted and talked with many entrepreneurs, and it was clearly visible that managers, entrepreneurs who already developed trust, relationships, interactions with support institutions, it was much more easier for them to get support during COVID than enterprises which had to discover and develop this relationship. So it confirms that trust is very important trust between SMEs and support institutions. I think we will be talking about trust a little bit more at today's conference because also Mohammed in technical talk has presentation about trust and corporate reputation. So I think it will be opportunity to talk and to discuss about inter-organizational trust. So thank you very much. And if you have questions or comments, I will be happy to hear and answer. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Professor Mare. And if anybody has any question, please write in the chat box. The speaker will try to answer you there. So now we'll move forward. Next up, we have our next keynote speaker, Associate Professor Simazia Ronald Attila, Associate Professor, Academy of Advanced Studies, Global Educational Center, Daewon University, Seoul, Republic of Korea. His topic is the reopening of face-to-face education in the era of COVID-19. Simazia earned his MSc in Management of Information Systems and Management of Production from Vienna University of Economics and Business, Austria, Europe. He studied Korean language and culture at YKLS between 2010 and 2012. He is a dual citizen and speaks also Korean fluently. He is an associate professor of Academy of Advanced Studies, Global Education Center, Bangkok University, Seoul since 2012. Besides teaching, he assists foreign students at the university since 2019. He also prepares Korean students in a bilingual way of their internship, mainly in the USA within the frames of the K-Move project, which is run by the government. He is currently a PhD student at the Faculty of Industrial Management Engineering of Korea University, Seoul. His research focuses on higher education, knowledge-driven economics, designing policy for SMEs and startups, and for logistics. Let's see his video presentation now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome you to my keynote speech. Also professors, lecturers, and students. My name is Roland Chismazia. I'm a dual citizen of Korea and Hungary, and I have worked for over 10 years now at Kwangwon University in Seoul, South Korea. My courses are computer related, but my research interest is a little bit different. I'm very grateful to be able to join this conference in this year. Many thanks for the excellent organization to the Eurasia Research team and the organizers of the 5th International Conference on Social Science and Humanities in Budapest and in Zoom as well. This is a great opportunity given by the organizing committee to share our research findings and our insights and our motivations as well. Let's look at the topic related to the impact of COVID-19 at South Korean higher education, and also the relaunch of the classes afterwards. So if you look at the overview, recent challenges are there, and even before COVID-19, and they were actually just accelerated and even strengthened by the COVID-19 pandemic. We also know that South Korea has long been admired for its rapid economic development and, of course, the higher education also. In South Korea, the successive governments proactively intervened in higher education, or at least tried to intervene proactively in the higher education, which resulted in actually in quick fixes afterwards. To achieve a concentration of knowledge in renowned universities with outstanding research performance. This led immediately to that most of the universities in rural areas are compelled to shut down, reduce the departments, or merge with other institutions of higher education. So the problems generated by the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic has not only accelerated the transition process, but also eliminated other problems and confirmed that the internationalization of the universities, a policy pursued by inviting renowned foreign professors and attracting international students, is still fragile. Even countries endowed with well-established hubs of higher education have been adversely affected by the sudden drop in the number of foreign students. Now, the methodology of this analysis is or the findings are based on the empirical analysis, including the author's personal observation that have been made during the first few semesters of COVID-19 pandemic impact. The crisis of the South Korean higher education could be characterized as follows. We see here the lack of continuity of the governmental policies, then haze, or rather characterized by quick fixes, and therefore there are many redundancies and inefficiencies. And Shin also emphasized that in 2015 that the current post-secondary education institutes lack a clear-cut mission differentiation and orientation. So these problems generated the perception that they cannot operate efficiently. Furthermore, faculty members must excel in several fields. In general, there is a little separation between research and teaching staff at the universities. Each colleague or department needs to decide whether it should concentrate on improving the quality of teaching or on enhancing the faculty research performance. This is not the case. And additionally, now during the COVID pandemic, an online material creation, an online material generation as extra work came in. Accordingly, the workload became unbearable to many professors at the university. So the major financial source used to be the tuition fee, which cannot not be increased anymore due to the tuition fee freeze imposed in 2011, while the universities increasingly rely on the government's financial support. Tuition revenues per student have decreased, and the number of students has also undergone a rapid decline due to the accelerating aging of the Korean population. The government's financial support is focused on major universities that are capable of increasing their research output. So, introduction of regulations by the Ministry of Education to monitor the activities of the universities, to identify redundancies, and to curb rising costs. And this were basically carried out so that the Ministry of Education can see whether these universities could be subsidized or not. So regular monitoring. Now, the internationalization of higher education also coincided with the problem posed by the increasing aging of the population, the declining number of the domestic students, and the consequential decrease of tuition fees forced the universities to aggressively recruit international students. Additionally, there is a problem about the confusion of online learning. Remote distance education was first introduced in the United States in 1944 for the purpose of educating repairment of televisions and radios at that time. Yet here the current government actually uses the buzzwords like online learning, online class, then web-based learning, etc. Without any clear classification, and online learning goes mainstream as new normal was basically advertised or promoted as well by the government. And then after a year, so that was in 2020 and 2021, the government indeed tried to motivate universities to relaunch classes offline, seeing that how rapidly the quality of teaching actually and education, higher education quality diminished or decreased indeed. So, however, online learning may not be described just as a correspondence learning. It includes various methods, and instead it might be regarded as a way of knowledge acquirement, where the bulk instructions is offered via computer and internet. So again, the problem here was that there is no clear distinction, no clear classification. Also, at the same time, what we know, unfortunately, the South Korean Minister of Education provided no clear definition of the concept of remote online class for universities, but only for secondary education. And the sole formulation created was a rule that stipulated the length of content required for one single credit, which actually from one semester to the other semester also changed again. The lacking definition of content created a situation where lecturers could also use videos from video sharing platforms such as Dailymotion, Vimeo, or YouTube. And what we realized that a high number of professors actually created no or very little content. Consequently, several problems became apparent, such as the issue of copyright violation and the misuse of this time devoted for the content creation. No teacher received additional training on how to prepare recorded or online course content, it is obvious that no teacher could deliver quality content either in pre-recorded form or in live streaming form. Teachers try to offset the time loss basically by uploading videos to various video sharing platforms and binding in those kind of content without much regarding the copyright issues. Now, so once we had the copyright issues, then second we see that the high number of or high proportion of Korean students became very disappointed by seeing how professors generate their or produce their contents, because they can compare this content creation to EBS, a professional creation. EBS is the Education Broadcasting Services or Education Broadcast System. I don't remember exactly. So it's actually a multiple number of TV channels. So the content itself is generated by professionals and not simply by professors who did not have or did not receive the appropriate and the necessary training to create audiovisual content rather than live content. Additionally, it must be said that praxis-related classes suffered a lot because university students may not have the equipment that they use or they should use during teaching and during learning. New methods of knowledge assessment had to be implemented. Another problem also we can mention here, the authentication, because we never know who watch actually the content. We don't see the actual person in a real life. So we don't know if that person, for example, also attended really the examination or somebody else did that for that person. Now, the government acted proactively to remain positive on foreign student influx. That's very important because therefore the decrease was not as strong and as tremendous as in the case of Australia, Singapore, and the USA. So, for example, a report titled Coronavirus and International Students prepared by Harley in 2020 observed that the loss in enrollment accounted for 12.3% in Australia, and the new visa status application dropped by 99%. So nearly no more students actually wanted to go to Australia. Therefore, also not just temporary workforce, but also permanent staff lost job. So there was a high number of job losses in education sector. Not only in Australia, but also in the States, where a drop of 43% in first-time enrollments and a decrease of 16% in overall enrollments were revealed. So here we can see the Korean numbers. While the most renowned international higher education hubs have greatly suffered from the sudden decrease in the number of international students, South Korea, relying as it did on students from the East and Southeast Asian region, proved to able to maintain a relatively high level of international influx with a total number of 153,000, so a drop merely 4%. We can also realize that this drop has actually a cumulated drop number, a total number, whereas in a case of simple undergraduate students, 10% drop was observable, and an increase of graduate students, so the number of graduate students heavily increased rather than decreased during the first part of the COVID, so 2020. Also, we need to say that fortunately both the central government and the local authorities introduced regulations to mitigate the impact on xenophobia. At present, it is nearly impossible to enter South Korea. Actually, now it's again completely possible, but at that time it was nearly impossible, and that was 2020, except if you were a student. And the South Korean government set up an inter-ministerial team led by the Ministry of Education to create clear guidelines and to smoothen entry procedures for foreign students. And let's also talk about the course content related regulations. Now, the South Korean universities attempted to become proactive, as I mentioned. Consequently, the regulations greatly varied from university to university because the a high level of autonomy was still maintained, and only guidelines were adopted, or recommendations were provided. The only common element that could be observed is the implementation of real-time and recorded content creation. The responsibility for the actualization of the content creation was passed to the instructors without any detailed information about the preferred nature of content. Now, during the first semester of 2020, instructors received updates and instructions in a regular manner. They should have changed rapidly, like this. So once do an online real-time class. No. Let's do a recorded class. Oh no, let's implement again some offline, on-site, so on-campus classes because of the nature of the lecture. So in my case, practice-oriented classes. The minimum teaching time for the content was set to 25 minutes per credit. That was at the very beginning, and then suddenly from the one semester to the other semester, in case of the 3 credits, the professors had developed classes of 150 minutes rather than 75 minutes long in a week. So we see here this kind of numbering or lettering the lecture operation methods, R, T2, T3, and B1, and then here face-to-face T1, and here we can realize experimental or practical. So my point would have been actually on-site lecture, but it was never an on-site lecture. So it was an interesting situation where the government said something and recommended something. The university also wanted to explain what we should do. At the end, I actually gave up, and I said, okay, just let's do what the government or KCDC, so the Korean Agency for Disease Control and Prevention, KDCA actually explains and wants us to do. Now, another problem was that the university administration has never checked the quality of the recorded classes, but only the length. So, therefore, many professors just try to find the way to out from the situation of having lack of little or no time to recording classes by uploading already ready or finished or completed contents from YouTube and other video providers. The interaction between professors and students also suffered a lot due to lack of time for content creation and lack of motivation to communicate from both sides indeed. This resulted in decreasing quality of education, and Zhang et al. And Wotmeyer pointed out that teachers did not necessarily have the appropriate skills to be able to suddenly and easily switch from face-to-face education to online teaching and then back and forth all the time. In response to the recent changes brought by the pandemic, instructors resorted to practices of learning by doing or imitating the face-to-face approach, which could lead in quality loss in the education. I say Hodges et al. In 2020 said or revealed a temporary shift to a new teaching method under crisis circumstances cannot be compared to a well-planned and well-designed remote online education system, which we just could see by EBS, so the Education Broadcast Services or Education Broadcast System. This obviously led to an unsatisfactory performance level of teaching staff, and the practice-oriented courses assessment could not be really well designed, especially because of the lack of standardized assessment taking. As for the financial impact, many rural universities dropped the tuition fees for the moment, so that they can attract more students again. And then they're asked for subsidies from the government rather than keeping the level of subsidies. Now, there was an attempt to increase tuition fees for foreign students, also without any success. That's it. And I created some recommendations. So first of all, both higher education participants, so universities and government, should implement regulations with standardization with the entire sector. So no simple guidelines or recommendations, but really clear regulations, so that there are no fixes and also no changes all the time, but regulations which could be maintained for at least one single semester, and so not up and downs and changing and twisting around. Also, university administration should not simply guide faculty members, but they should cooperate with them. So all the stakeholders should be included in decision-making process, rather than letting them out and thinking that they will do everything as we tell them. Standardized assessments should be implemented to reduce workload, both to inform students and to the professors. And these kind of standardized assessment taking could also help students to prepare better for their exams, because they can not only talk to their peers, so course mates, but to all the other people on various websites related to Kwangwon University. So, for example, in my case. Now, there is a need and necessary a demand for communication always, and therefore this must be, so this kind of isolation between lecturer and student must be reduced by any means, that is by social media platforms such as KakaoTalk in South Korea, Line in countries like Thailand or Japan. And also, so the communication should not be one-way communication, but two ways, at least. If not, group to professor or professor to group. Applications of regularly scheduled teamwork supports also the time management skill development. So that is basically this kind of Zoom breakout rooms could be available for teamworks, and that helps also to maintain the time, so that professors, for example, if they say, please solve this kind of situation or this programming issue within 10 minutes with your peers in the breakout room, and then present it, then the students will also focus on the time and do not have the problem what they have now with time management issues once lecture is on site. We can observe that there are no more rapid changes of teaching methods in 2022. We can also observe that the university or many universities allow now a so-called blended learning, where one class is online and the other class in a week is offline. So two classes for one course in every single week, but one of them is on-site and one of them is online. Previously applied knowledge assessments cannot be applied without any limitations. We need see that we need some kind of standardization and time management. We mentioned, and the use of relative grading is a kind of double-sided sword. If, for example, a student, in my case, I do not really push them, I do not really care about them, then they feel happy, but their employability is worsening, versus if, in this case, I also have to say that in this case, if I don't care about them that much, my evaluation grade is higher, so they are happier again. But once again, the problem is the employability. And in this case, if their employability is low, then they must go for more education, which leads to financial pressure in families due to the demand for more education and more payment. Once again, there is another problem. The main focus of internationalization became a single country, Vietnam, and obviously that's not very helpful in the case when relocation of the operations happen. Now, universities also see that, and hopefully they will share this kind of efforts to find students abroad and to invite them to our universities, rather than simply just focus on one single country. The administration staff still considers itself as the only responsible body, for regulation creating, and that's an issue, as I mentioned, and the standardization efforts are necessary. So about the conclusion, as I mentioned, the South Korean higher education is in a process of continuous evolution into a regional higher education hub. And a very necessary point is that there is no more of potential for the quick fixes, but hopefully there will be made only strategic and long-term decisions rather than testing all the flexibilities for students and for professors or lecturers. Now, tuition fees should not be differentiated between foreigners and domestic students. University students, university granted scholarship should focus on domestic students, and government granted scholarship should focus on both without any differentiation to attract international students with, for example, a kind of binding that is that these students must work for a Korean company 5 years long, otherwise they have to repay all the scholarships they gained during their studies. Lecturers and professors need a regular live training to produce online content, not online training, not recorded online training, because lecturers and professors do the same what students do. They just let it go and just play it, and they don't pay any attention at all. Administration should check not only the length of, but also the quality of the content. So no outside content, or lower the number or the proportion of external content from YouTube, etc. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention and for your time. And if you have any question related to the topic, please, or if you have any opinion or idea, please share with me. Thank you once again, and once again, thank you so much for this organization.
Thank you so much, Professor Rollins, and welcome. Can you hear us?
Me?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
I actually have to use two computers at the same time. The RAUC is kind of working. I hope, at least. The reason is because my laptop, as it is not working properly. I mean, the camera, as I mentioned in the email. So welcome everybody. I'm late. I know, I'm terribly sorry for that. But you know, it's summer holiday also for me, and finally, after 3 years, I could come with my family to Europe, and now all the things I have to do as a European citizen as well, I need to do now. So I have to replace my ID cards, etc. So that's the issue, and I guess you know how long it can take. Sorry for that once again.
No, there's no need for apology, Professor Rollins. And would you like to add something about your beautiful presentation here?
Yes, sure. If there is any question, I'm here.
Yes, Professor Rollins. Yes, please.
Hello, Roland. This is very nice to meet you again. I hope you remember we met the first time at Terra Summit in February.
Yes, yes.
And
Yes.
thank you once again for great and very interesting presentation. It's true that now it's a second revolution, because the first revolution was at the beginning of the COVID, and now we go back to old times, but these are not such classical old times, because we have a very different new solutions. And I think that we should build new future on the basis of these achievements from COVID pandemic. And I hope that higher education institutions will be more flexible, using remote digital technologies, remote online teaching, learning, and I hope it will improve teaching availability, learning availability for different people from all over the world, and also improve our skills as teachers. And because we also can bring new ideas for teaching, new technologies, yeah, so we can strongly improve our skills, teaching skills. So I hope it will be new opening for higher education institutions. I strongly admire your recommendations. They are very interesting. And when I was watching your presentation, I have to admit that you mentioned many things, many aspects that I met in my teaching work too. Yeah. So I think that these problems are quite similar all over the world. Of course, there are differences in education systems, in development of countries, but I think the general problems may be quite similar. I have one question, maybe the question, but a little bit specific comment, maybe a comment, yeah. Because in general, I agree with your recommendation, but I'm not sure if there is important to set some fixed regulations and standardization in online teaching. Because I'm not sure, but I'm afraid universities can use their flexibility and adaptability when we will use some standardization and fixed regulation. So what do you think about it? Don't you, are you not afraid to lose some flexibility of universities when such regulations could be used?
Okay, so the first of all, I believe that some universities regulate themselves, which is not very much true for Korean universities. That is, to some extent, yes. I guess many of you heard about SKY, so Seoul National University, and Korea University, and Yonsei University. These are the top universities. They definitely regulate themselves. And then I belong to a mid-level university, and there you see immediately, oh, that's not exactly what's supposed to be, and how it's supposed to be. When you have like, I mean, the university runs like, I don't know, maybe 10 times the same class for different majors, because it's a general subject. But every single professor has to build their own system of evaluation and so forth and so forth. Now, that's not what's supposed to be done. Especially, I remember when I was at the Vienna University of Business and Economics, we had a large Audiomox room for 500 people or something like that, and then maybe 200 people finished the exam. Now, okay, let's come back to the roots again. That university is financed by the government. Our universities are financed by the students. So some kind of system should be actually prepared. Otherwise, this redundancy is extremely huge. It's useless. I have to teach a subject which I I'm okay. Let's put it this way. I'm not sure if it is proper to my skills, but you know what I mean. Okay, for sure. But I have to start teaching. It's a nice way. But finally, after 10 years, the university understood that I am better in data science than in starting some uh, kind of beginners programming. Anyway, the point is what I wanted to say, that hand in hand, regulations and standardizations should happen. So that's my point. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. You're very welcome. I'm happy for your question.
Thank you so much, Professor Olin. And if anybody has any questions, please write in the chat box. The speaker will try to answer you there. So let's now move forward towards our conference. Next up, we have our next keynote speaker, Dr. Samuel, Faculty of Economics and Business, Dinamika University, Surabaya, Indonesia. His topic is stock selection and portfolio optimization using conditional drawdown at risk. Dr. Abigail Samuel is a lecturer in the International Business and Strategic Management in the Faculty of Management, Law and Social Sciences of the University of Bradford, United Kingdom. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy, PhD degree from the University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia, and Master of Business Administration degree from the University of Wales, Cardiff, UK. His research focus is on creativity, innovation, human resource management, environmental sustainability, leadership, and business research methods. Dr. Samuel is a global winner of the 2019 Emerald Literary Award for Excellence for Highly Commended Article Award. He made it into the list of 4 finalists of the Research and Engagement, Business, Society, and Communities Early Career Researcher Award 2021 for all Curtin University global campuses, Australia, Dubai, Malaysia, Mauritius, Singapore, and also won the Curtin University Malaysia Best Early Career Researcher Award, main category. He has published in and is a reviewer panel member for top-tier journals such as Journal of Cleaner Production, Business Strategy, and the Environment Journal of Business Research, Computers and Education, Current Psychology, Knowledge Management, Research and Practice, and others. Now let's hear a few words from his presentation.
Excuse me, can I say something quickly?
Yes.
Just a quick observation in that introduction. I noticed a very major error in that introduction. I'm not affiliated to University in Indonesia. I am academic staff of Bradford University in UK, and I used to be affiliated with Curtin University in Malaysia. So please, that is not my affiliation, and that is not my topic. I'm discussing on something else, which is a praxis of human behavioral attributes for instant creative ideas generation and not stock selection and portfolio optimization. I absolutely know nothing about that. So yeah, so I was affiliated with Curtin University before. That was previously, and the content there, that's fine, but not my affiliation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, good. We really apologize for that, sir. So we can proceed with the video.
Yes, please, you go on.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Better alternatives. You can look at it as, in its materialized form as a strategy. So you can. Thank you very much for the opportunity to give this keynote speech presentation. I'll be talking on a praxis of human behavioral attributes for instant creative ideas generation. So basically, first of all, I'm a lecturer of international business and strategic management with University of Bradford. And today I'll be talking about how we as human beings can really diffuse creative ideas, generate them and have them diffused, shared more effectively. There's so many organizations that are lacking the know-how of generating and managing creative ideas, across the globe. And it's also interesting to note that there are several behavioral attributes that either the managers or the leaders or even the subordinates could exhibit that might impair or impede the diffusion of creative ideas and even the generation of creative ideas in the first place. So we're looking at some objectives today to guide our discussion. And we'll also explore an introduction of the concepts of the creative ideas generation. And we would explore some insights of probable predictors in recent findings in the literature, and also finally conclude. So as objectives, I would hope that you will be able to understand the need for the diffusion of creative ideas in a defined context. It's very important. Creative ideas, we would explore the importance of creative ideas, as that would help us to better, to become better informed of the need for creative ideas. And it differs from context to context. What is a creative idea in context A might not actually be a creative idea in context B. But when you put it in a different, when you put an idea in a different context, it resonates with alternatives. So the best alternative basically is the best idea at the end of the day. So we would also explore how you can identify several human behavioral attributes for engendering creative ideas. So basically provoking it, bringing it to existence. And also examine insights of probable predictors in recent findings. As part of our introduction, we'll look at possible future prediction by 2030, and this is also part of predictions provided by the PwC company or corporation. Major insights from PwC's 2030 predictions of the future workforce indicates several very meaningful forecasts, but some of them, or one of them, highlights that team members or employees with highly demanded skills would flourish as outdated skills seemingly become abundant over time, in the near future. So it's important for every employee or individual basically, to build upon unique skills that would still remain relevant over time. As times go by, it is apparent today in our world that technological advancement and the radical or volatility of technological change and digitalization has really impacted the business organization environment across the world, and it has provoked a lot of changes in the business environment. Interestingly, disruptive technology in the sense. And it's actually reiterates or would help us reiterate on the need for creativity, more creativity. And the more there is such disruption, the more there is a need for the organization to foster creativity, not just because you need to manage these changes, but also because you need to better understand these changes in order for you to better manage them and also better exploit them. So you need creativity for all of that. So you need a team or an individual that has the ability to generate creative ideas. In 2019, the World Economic Forum noted that the first most needed soft skill is creativity. All right, and even over recent years, in recent times, creativity is still something that, or a soft skill that cannot be done away with. It stays relevant, no matter the context, no matter the time. It still remains relevant. It's more or less as old as time itself, but it doesn't change the fact that it is always a necessity for organizational survival. So creativity is mostly about better alternatives. You can look at it as, in its materialized form as a strategy. So you can perceive it to be a strategy, but what it really is, is just two words: better alternative. And it could be, or rather it changes, or it tends to change depending on the context it's brought into. Therefore, engendering creative ideas could help you achieve several aims and objectives, including accomplishing your vision. So whatever vision you've got in life, whatever vision your organization have got to work with, whether in the short term or in the long term, you need creativity to actually help you guide the fruition of that alternative or creative idea. It helps you to be an established leader and driver of innovation and social impact in your region. Creativity can help you achieve that. It can also help you stay relevant over time, successfully close whatever business deal you've got going on, and sustain a high impact research. You need to create new ideas, creative ideas, to fuel the new impact research you might be working on or projects. And in a nutshell, it can help you advance from point A to point B. So you see, creative ideas are important, and they are inherent drivers of creativity. And you need creativity in everyday life. And because of creativity, you can be able to achieve a lot more than you would have ordinarily achieved. So creativity is very important as you progress in your life. Note that an idea, however creative, is only just an idea until you act upon it. So if it comes to fruition, then you'll be looking at innovation, the implementation of creativity, or the fruition of creativity. So, but if it's just an idea as it is, which it's generally originates as an idea, it is just an idea if you do not work on it or act upon it. It is important for you to go beyond just the ideation phase to the fruition of that creative idea. That way, you can be able to really capture the full picture of what magnitude of creativity you may have imputed in the process of innovation. So implementing creative ideas may often require substantial human efforts. Mind works, brainstorming sessions, commitments, resources to explore and advance the ideologies that you may have obtained to process a full range of creativity available to you. So it normally requires substantial human efforts in diverse forms through human capital resources, through mental resources, through physical resources, even machineries, assets, physical assets, tangible and intangible resources. It does require a substantial amount of it. And it could also depend on the magnitude of creative idea you have, at a point in time. The greater the idea, basically, it will make sense to command more resources, to help you flesh out or bring such idea to fruition. So several people, however, exhibit less or no attributes that may otherwise help bolster creative ideas. And yeah, we live in a world that consists of complex human nature. And there are certain behavioral attributes that humans exhibit that could help to provoke more creative ideas diffusion, generation and diffusion, and impede, impair, or dampen the extent at which a creative idea could have been generated in the first place, and then the extent at which it could have been diffused within the workforce or amongst a team. So the question here, so what are some of these attributes that may have bolstered creative ideas? What are these attributes exactly, these human behavioral attributes that may have bolstered creative ideas? Let's look at what recent findings have got to say. So recent findings hold, some of part of the recent findings I've looked at hold that there's several other behavioral attributes, but we'll first of all look at two of them: trustworthiness and benevolence. Trustworthiness and benevolence are quite important. You see, trustworthiness is a driver of creative ideas generation and diffusion. Why am I saying that? First of all, you do not share your creative idea with someone you probably don't find trustworthy or you perceive not to be trustworthy. You most likely would want to share your creative idea with that person whom you deem or perceive to be trustworthy. And it takes benevolence as well to drive the diffusion of creative ideas. You at some point would feel comfortable, at ease with sharing your creative idea with someone or your supervisor or your boss, if in the event you perceive that your boss would welcome that creative idea, would be receptive to it, and would support it. In most cases, in several organizations, employees shy away from this particular task, sharing their creative ideas, because it so happens that their bosses or their boss at that point in time may not be that person that is receptive of their creative idea or wants to even support it. And over time, it tends to dampen the need for employees to even want to generate creative ideas. And this could be very terrific for the organization when the organization lacks creative ideas or a pool of creative workforce. If employees think or conclude in their minds among themselves that, well, the organization doesn't care about my creative idea, so why would I even want to bother generating one in the first place? Well, yeah, so there's no need. You see, they just think, they conclude like that. It dampens the extent at which creative ideas could have been generated in the first place. And I got these findings from recent studies. Two of them I published in 2018, one of which was published in American Journal of Business, and the other was published in the Journal of Business Research. These are quite very good top journals. Interestingly, it's one of my findings. The paper published in American Journal of Business by Emerald won an award, a highly commended award in 2019. This is a global recognition for that, and a testament of the impact of that particular paper. More on what possible or probable positive predictors we would find can be found from or obtained from these papers here. These are some of my works. One of them published in Journal of Cleaner Production in 2020, and the other in FIB Business Review in 2020 as well. So what do they say precisely? Some of the findings relate that leaders' integrity is a key factor that drives the diffusion of creative ideas. And recruitment and selection, the kind of talent pool you recruit, all right, and select is also an important factor. How you recruit them, okay, the kind of behavior you exhibit whilst recruiting these talents and selecting them to join the workforce is very important. It could also help to either foster the intake, onboarding of talents, basically, that can help to foster creative or engender creative ideas. Consistent training and inclusion and development is another key important factor. You need to consistently nurture, give an opportunity for inclusion, of these talents in maybe decision making and all that, creative relative processes, and also get initiatives, in play that can help develop their talents, whilst working for you. These are important drivers or predictors of creative ideas generation and diffusion. Leaders' integrity. If I see that you do not have an integrity, you do not hold the required level of integrity I need, it could make me not to want to share my creative idea with you. Of course, this is a creative idea in the first place, a better alternative. And if I see that you're not holding up, you're not someone with integrity, then I would not want to share my creative idea with you. It's as simple as that. So these are some of the findings we got from this research projects. And interestingly, our paper published in FIB Business Review just recently won an award, a high impact research award. That's a very, very good achievement. So basically, in this project of creative ideas generation and diffusion, I've actually received 2 awards, one a global award and one a journal related award as well. So it's very, very important, an international award basically. Let's look at some other interesting insights from recent findings. So we also found in some of our publications, some of my publications as well, that leaders' supportive nature and capabilities, ability to apply creative efforts, innovative evidence, and reputation are very important factors to consider. The leader has to be supportive of a creative idea, and the nature of their support, it's important. And the question you ask again is, are they capable? Are they capable to deliver or to support that idea? So just because a leader is willing to support, if the leader is not capable of doing it, you see, it questions the final results, after all. And also their ability to apply the creative efforts. Okay, do they have the ability? Do they have the experience? Do they have are they fully equipped mentally, maybe, to apply, demonstrate that creative effort, the creative effort needed to support the creative idea. Another one is innovative evidence. Do they have any evidence that speaks, for them, that precedes them, sort of tells us that they are, they are worthy of supporting our creative ideas and also helping us to implement the creative ideas? Do they have a reputation that precedes them to that effect? Because these are factors inherently built, or that inherently undergirds the people or the leaders or the team members we would want to share our creative ideas with. If you know me as someone that has a reputation to support, to first of all welcome and then support and help you apply your creative idea, you just don't need to meet me in person. Initially, knowing that knowing that I've got a reputation for that is in some cases would be a very major step to convince you that, oh, okay, that's my guy, that's the person that I want to share my creative idea with. All right, and this was gotten from one of my studies published in Business Creativity and the Creative Economy Journal in 2018. Also, we found that employee empowerment, listening, and open communication between leaders and employees, fulfillment of promises, leaders being able to fulfill the promises made to employees, and openness to change and flexible control are also effective drivers that can help to foster the generation and diffusion of creative ideas. More on this is another very important finding that we got published in Sustainable Production and Consumption Journal, a very, very interesting journal as well. We found that leaders' trustworthiness, the ability to apply creative efforts, benevolence, perceived green reputation are also very important, especially when you're looking at green creativity or creative ideas that are specifically generated and implemented to foster environmental sustainability. All right, so we found that these factors are key, all right, they are necessities, imperative drivers of the generation and diffusion of creative ideas. Furthermore, we found that encouraging digital task interdependence behaviors among teams is another driver, because when you're looking at today's rapid advancement in digitalization, you realize that there's an acute need for interdependence, even so much more through a digital mechanism and platform that can undergird the process of interchange or exchange of creative ideas across borders and around the globe. So we found that the ability to encourage digital task interdependence behaviors, whereby teams can depend on each other digitally, and they can rely on that, building that kind of culture, across borders through digital platforms is also another important avenue for bolstering creativity, willingness which is also or has to do with the diffusion of creative ideas or the sharing or generation of creative ideas and the willingness to do so in the first place. More on this we found in another study published in Business Strategy and the Environment Journal. We found that demonstrating expertise in a defined task is another key part or has another key part to play. So the leader or the team member needs to be able to demonstrate expertise in a defined task. So if you're able to do that, it can signal, to the other team members that, yeah, you can be relied upon, to manage, to handle a creative idea. So that can inadvertently help to boost the generation and diffusion willingness of creative ideas amongst team members. And the ability to inspire motivation among teams. If the team members are not inspired, they're not motivated rather, then you don't really get the creative idea you seek because they would not want to subject themselves to generate creative ideas in the first place. So inspiring motivation among teams is very important. In conclusion, the first most needed soft skill for the future is most likely going to be creativity. Absolutely. I believe this. And it's not just about my belief per se, it's also underpinned by the literature and future predictions of world recognized bodies like PwC and others. Creativity may be potential, but engendering a creative idea is a choice. You've got to know that. You would significantly benefit from a pool of creative ideas to get much closer to achieving its vision and to sustain its aim. And an idea, however creative, is only just an idea until it's acted upon. And your workforce or your organization can engender creative ideas by improving upon their human behavioral attributes today. So if you're a leader or a supervisor or basically a team member, you can engender creative ideas by improving upon your human behavioral attributes today. You're welcome to connect with me through my YouTube page. Please subscribe to Learning Elites. So if you just check that out on YouTube, Learning Elites, you should be able to find the YouTube page, and please subscribe and share amongst your network. You can take a picture of this in your mobile phone or whatever device you have with you, just to be able to have access to the links hereafter. So yeah, that's my LinkedIn handle, Ugbabu Samuel PhD, and also please, you're welcome to join the fast-growing Research on Creativity and Innovation Facebook group. This group is made up of or consists of experts from across the world. We have top-tier industry experts and also academics, professors, senior professors, editors, and associate editors of top-tier journals. So please feel free to join along and help your career along the way. So these are some references you can hang on to, just in case you need one. All right, and thank you for your attention. I would welcome questions now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samuel, for the wonderful presentation. Would you like to add something here?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to have been given this opportunity. And what I find very interesting as well is the need to have a better alternative in life. All right. Though context changes, but the idea that comes up within a particular context is what determines whether it's creative or not. And you need that creative idea every day, basically, because you need to grow. You wouldn't just settle, in a particular, some people are comfortable with that anyway, but if you're ambitious, you wouldn't do that. It's dangerous to an ambitious person. You need that creative idea to advance in life. And so it's one of the drive that has fueled the need for further research, into creativity from my side of from my side of things as well. So if peradventure, you encounter a situation whereby, in your organization, in your workforce, and you encounter maybe your boss is not helping, it's not supportive of a creative idea, you might want to consider looking at certain behaviors being exhibited. All right. And if you happen to be the boss, then it's much more impactful in the sense that you're able to know what behaviors to not exhibit, what behaviors to control, what behaviors to manage or better manage in order to allow and foster creativity within the workforce. Yeah. So thank you very much. Any questions?
I have two questions. Samuel, thank you very much for a very inspiring presentation. I am very impressed, really impressed with your research, publications, awards, and I wish you all many, many other successes in science. I would like to first comment. I know bosses that are really afraid of any creative ideas. And sometimes it is organizational reality. I have two questions to you. First, quite easy, I think. What do you think about the impact of COVID pandemic on creative idea generation and implementation? Not only generation, but also implementation. What is your opinion on this case? And the second question, did you link in your research, creative ideas generation with the concept of entrepreneurial opportunity, especially entrepreneurial opportunity created? Did you make any analysis to link this concept?
Let me quickly answer the second question, because that's the one I got clearly. So just to be clear, you're asking if I linked the concept of creativity to that of entrepreneurial. Is that what you're saying? Okay, I didn't do it in my study because I didn't research that. But basically, if to look at a broader perspective, entrepreneurs need creativity. Okay, and in fact, you wouldn't be a successful entrepreneur without creativity in the first place. So going into the entrepreneurial side of or discipline, I would say, wasn't what we looked at in our studies, and is not in my research focus, unfortunately, I would say, or yet, I'll probably look at that in the future. But yeah, it is very linked. There are studies also that have published on that, on the positive link between entrepreneurial actions or activities and creativity. So it's very important as well, to understand the linkage, the conceptual linkage between these two sides of the coin, and to understand how it can be impactful to an organization. And to your first question, I didn't catch the first the beginning part of the question. Can you repeat that again, please?
Sure, no problem. I was asking about impact of COVID-19 pandemic on creative idea generation and implementation in business practice.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. That's a very interesting question. Yeah, a very interesting one. It's still an emerging hot area, I would say. I think it's a two-edged sword from my perspective. It's a two-edged sword. What do I mean by that? it stings and it makes you smile, or it could make you smile, because the impact of COVID-19, on creativity, on the generation of creative ideas or an implementation, it has actually provoked, created an opportunity that has provoked the generation of creative ideas for so many people. It's not a study I've done yet, but this is from my experience, all right? And on the other side of the, on the other end of the sword, that's why I say it's a two-edged sword. On the other end of the sword, it has actually inhibited or impaired the engendering or diffusion of creative ideas for so many people. Take, for instance, a lot of academics, I'll use as an example, because that's what we might quickly relate to that as academics. Academics, some of them, or a lot of them, are really happy to work from home. In fact, it's been a blessing for a lot of people, in the recent years. This is this has given them, in fact, some of them have recorded their highest performance of research and publication within this short period of time. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And what do you see there? You see some degree of creativity implemented. They were able to think, they were able to brainstorm, they were able to explore, let loose their genius, their inner genius, to do some creative research and publish, But whereas on the other side, there are several scholars that want to go back to where things were, because the COVID-19 pandemic has given them the biggest antagonistic blow of their lives, because the COVID-19 pandemic, basically ruined their plans, okay? And of course, I wouldn't talk about tourists in this situation. Tourists wouldn't happen to travel anymore, or didn't have to travel back then. But the point is, these people that have been affected negatively, before the COVID-19 pandemic, they had an organized pattern of doing things that helped their creativity and helped their implementation of creative ideas. But with the pandemic, it actually impaired their ability to do what they used to do before in terms of creative ideas generation and implementation. So yeah, it's a two-edged sword. That's my perspective to it, but it's a very fantastic area to explore research-wise.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Nanan and Professor Mare. And if anybody has more questions, they can write in the chat box. The speaker will try to answer you then. So let's move forward now. I welcome all the listeners of the day. Andrew Papadimos, School of Business, Australian TikTok University, Brisbane, Australia. Sirbai, EDPA student, League University, Bangkok, Thailand. Third is Jane Patrick Gandlis, Psychiatry and Psychology, Medical Office, Paris, France. And Ahmed Someli, the Sorbonne Doctoral School of Law, Paris 1, Panthéon Sorbonne University, Paris, France. Moving forward, we have our first presenter, Dr. Mohammad Jahid, Department of Management, St. Bonaventure University, New York, USA. His topic is stress, CSR orientation, and competitive advantage in business-to-business markets, examining the serial mediation effect of trust and corporate reputation. You may read his abstract. He will be presenting live. So, Mohammad Jahid, you can present now.
Hello, everyone. It's great to see some of the Can I share my screen, please?
Yes, you can.
Do you see my screen?
Not yet. Not yet. It's not visible yet. Not visible yet.
All right. Hello, everyone. Once again, it's great to meet with some of the great scholars here. I'm not actually in a quiet place, because I don't have an office set up here. And I was supposed to present at the AIT, Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, on July 6th and 7th. But that was moved to this date. So I didn't get enough time to go home to where I have a quiet place and office set up to do this presentation. So a little bit about myself is, my name is Jahid, and I did a PhD in supply chain management from Curtin University, where I used to teach I taught there for 4 years. So this is a paper that I submitted last month at Journal of Business and Industrial Marketing. So here I tried to examine the link between CSR orientation and the competitive advantage in B2B markets in the context of emerging markets. So I tried to explore the mediating role of intangible resources from the resource-based view perspective in the link between CSR orientation and the firm's competitive advantage. So a little bit of the research background here. There is a growing awareness of CSR among the emerging markets, market firms, although ample interest is given to the topic in the rest of the world. But as socially responsible businesses, which is like a socially responsible business approach or strategy, which is kind of absent in the Middle Eastern countries, more specifically in Saudi Arabia, which is the research context for this study. But the scholar argued that socially responsible business can build image for a firm's reputation and can protect them from the competition and ultimately enhancing their competitive advantage. There are ample research done on this topic and in the context of developed country mostly, and also they have linked CSR to competitive advantage directly without considering many unexplored or untested mediating variables. So there is an missed findings, inconclusive findings, so this calls for a further study on this topic. And there is also lack of B2B market research compared to B2C market. And in the more specifically Middle Eastern context, that the firms that we studied, actually, there is a lack of integration of CSR or CSR orientation into the strategic thinking, formulation, or implementation. So this is the background that motivated us to conduct this research. So this research actually deals with two basic questions. How does CSR orientation affect firms' competitive advantage and fosters trust and corporate reputation? And do trust and reputation mediate the association between a CSR orientation and the CA, which is the competitive advantage? So based on these two questions, using the perspective of resource-based view, I tried to develop a sequential mediation model and tried to empirically validate it. So from the perspective of resource-based view, and we can argue that CSR can provide internal and external benefits to the firm, because investment in socially responsible initiatives may provide internal benefits by helping a firm develop new resources or capabilities that lead to trust, and also which can lead to enhanced corporate reputation. So there will be some important consequences on creating a building image of the firms and also winning the trust of the business customers by being more transparent to them, by being more socially responsible. So there could be some external benefits as well, with the effects of corporate effects on corporate reputation from increased trust. So the trust and reputation can be considered a fundamental intangible resources that can be developed as a result of decisions about socially responsible and transparent business practices. So I have come up with 4 hypotheses. The hypothesis number 1, the CSR orientation has a positive relationship with firm's competitive advantage. Trust mediates the relationship between CSR orientation and competitive advantage. Corporate reputation mediates the relationship between CSR orientation and competitive advantage. And finally, trust and corporate reputation sequentially mediate the relationship between CSR orientation and competitive advantage. So here we can get a better idea of the conceptual model that I have developed using the theoretical perspective that I just mentioned. So most of the research broadly acknowledge that there is a link between CSR orientation and the competitive advantage. And in this study, I tried to explore some of the critical intangible resources like trust and corporate reputation that could mediate the relationship between CSR orientation and competitive advantage. And I also tested this model to see whether these 2 mediators can affect sequentially on competitive advantage using CSR orientation. I just want to double check. Do you see my screen, please?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Yes.
So, thank you so much. So I conducted a survey actually that is from using the scales adopted from the prior studies. The firms that were considered as medium to large, mainly fast moving consumer products, manufacturing firms in Saudi Arabia, those are listed in Saudi stock exchanges, and some of these firms are also MNCs. Finally, there were 326 visual responses that were analyzed using partial least square-based structural equation modeling approach. So, and I also used a process macro to test the mediation of the factors that in the model. So these are the results. I just provided one of the screenshots from the assessment of the measurement model. The CSR orientation is a higher order construct and comprising four first order constructs like ethical, economic, discretionary, and legal. And so these are some of the measurement properties. I tested actually reliability, convergent validity, and discriminant validity. For the items reliability, we looked at the items loading and also Kornbeck alpha, composite reliability, and so on. So average AV, average variance extracted, and the item loadings that are for reliability testing, and also for convergent reliability. Actually, for convergent reliability, we looked at loadings and AV values, and that were above the threshold. And I think there were 1 or 2 items that were below 7 and that were dropped from the measurement model. And also, I tested discriminant validity at the construct level by comparing the square root of the AV values with the interconstruct correlations to confirm the discriminant validity at the construct level. And to assess the discriminant validity at the item level, I also explored items loadings and compared across the constructs, all constructs, to confirm that all items loaded higher on their respective constructs than the other constructs. So these are just some of the basics. This is the results of the hypothesis testing, and it shows the full process model here. In testing this model, I entered all the demographic variables in the model as covariates. So here we can see the direct model and total direct and indirect effects. So the direct link between CSR orientation and competitive advantage has substantially reduced here, as we can see, from 0.784 to 0.186. That confirms that there are some intervening factors like trust and corporate reputations. So we can confirm that this is, as is still, the path coefficient is still significant, as we can see here, 0.186. So that suggests that there is a partial mediation. So to confirm the indirect effects of the trust and corporate reputations on the effects of CSR orientation and competitive advantage, we examine the indirect effects. So we can see that all the four hypotheses are supported, because the confidence interval for all the indirect effects are significant, because they don't contain any zeros. So this model suggests that there is existence of effect of trust and corporate reputation in the effect of CSR orientation on competitive advantage. So the findings suggest that trust is an immediate consequences of CSR orientation practices that leads to CSR corporate reputation, in turn competitive advantage. So CSRO was found to, first of all, CSRO was found to positively related to trust, corporate reputation, and competitive advantage. And in addition to the relationship of CSRO with competitive advantage being mediated by trust and corporate reputation, CSR orientation exercise is influences on competitive advantage via trust and corporate reputation in a sequential manner. So this offers a way for managers to realize better outcomes for firms, specifically in the emerging market context, in achieving as well as sustaining competitive advantage from the development of trust and corporate reputation. So the results also suggest the sequential mediation effect, as I mentioned. It integrates two mediators simultaneously in one single model that extends the existing models that were confined to direct relationship or simple mediation between CSR orientation and competitive advantage. As we know, CSR orientation is just a set of activities that firms undertake to implement socially responsible business practices to provide a roadmap to accomplish these objectives. So I use the resource-based view perspective as a theoretical lens to prioritize the strategic resource deployment. So which will actually suggest us how to acquire unique resources or right type of resources and capabilities in designing value-oriented CSR activities that can lead to the competitive advantage. So another impact is the CSR orientation is a strategic tool to achieve competitive advantage. So this is just for managerial implications that our results reiterate that they should emphasize on those intangible resources that can, play important role in enhancing the effect of CSR orientation in achieving competitive advantage. So Saudi Arabian economy is basically transitioning towards a free market economy and opening up its economy for foreign investors. So by adapting and increasingly embracing the CSR orientation concepts and the practices, they can enhance their credibility to attract the foreign investment. So that's the conclusion that I have drawn. Thank you so much. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much.
I try to keep it short because, as I mentioned, I'm not, I'm not in a place where I am supposed to be. The power outage is very common. It's back in Bangladesh now. I'm visiting here now. So yeah, thank you so much for your attention. Please, if you have any question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed Zahid, for your wonderful presentation. And would you like to add something here? Okay, so if anybody have any question, they can ask.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All right, Jahid, thank you very much for that presentation. I'll just two things I'll say. Your discriminant validity, you might want to consider using the HTMT, which is the heterotrait monotrait ratio that has been proposed by Hensler and co. I think the first paper was published in 2015. You use that to assess discriminant validity, especially in the case of PLSM, and not Funnell-Lacka criteria. This is the use of Funnell-Lacka criterion has been heavily criticized, and it's not something that is recommended or a tool that is recommended, especially when you're using the analytic tool, the Smart PLS or PLS analytical tool.
Yeah, thank you so much for your great suggestion. Yeah, that's a really I'm considering that one for my next paper as well. Yeah, thank you so much for your suggestion.
You're welcome. And another thing is your mediation analysis. You know, I see in your model you have mediation, serial mediation precisely. So I didn't see indirect effect sizes noted in your results. You might want to consider providing the indirect effect sizes. If you do not know how to calculate for indirect effect sizes, or let me share my paper with you on that. Give me a second. I'm gonna put something in the chat. Just let me get that up. Give me a minute. It will help you understand and better calculate indirect effect sizes. Okay. All right, I just put up the link to my open access paper in the chat session. Feel free to go through the paper and get a hold of how you can analyze your indirect effect sizes. And please also, you can check my YouTube page, Learning Elites. I've got a video.
Yeah, thank you all. I mean, you are not talking about VAF, right?
No, not VIF. VIF is variance in
not VIF, VAF.
Not VAF either. No, not that one. Not that. It's got nothing to do with, at least not nothing, but it's not specifically VAF, nor VIF. This is indirect effect sizes. You need to be able to measure the level of effect, you know, the degree of effect your causal inference is going to have on your dependent variable or construct or target construct. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so please feel free to look at that. And the YouTube channel is Learning Elites. I've got a video put up on that, so that should help you as well to calculate for indirect effect sizes. And just a quick one, the video had a bit of a mistake on that. So look at the paper instead, because we had a correction on the paper. So look at the paper most especially to get the right values for the indirect effect size criteria or benchmark. All right, thank you. That was all from me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. If anybody has any more questions, they can write in the chat box. The speaker will try to answer you there. So let's move forward. Next up, we have our team activity and photo session. Let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. The team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. One by one, we'll share the views and solution on the topic of discussion, and also we'll be conducting a photo session during the same. So for better understanding, let's see the video.
Your favorite athlete closes in for a victorious win. The crowd holds its breath, and at the crucial moment, she misses the shot. That competitor just experienced the phenomenon known as choking, where despite months, even years of practice, a person fails right when it matters most. Choking is common in sports, where performance often occurs under intense pressure and depends on key moments. And yet, performance anxiety also haunts public speakers, contestants in spelling bees, and even world-famous musicians. Most people intuitively blame it on their nerves, but why does being nervous undermine expert performance? There are two sets of theories, which both say that primarily choking under pressure boils down to focus. First, there are the distraction theories. These suggest that performance suffers when the mind is preoccupied with worries, doubts, or fears, instead of focusing its attention on performing the task at hand. When relevant and irrelevant thoughts compete for the same attention, something has to give. The brain can only process so much information at once. Tasks that challenge working memory, the mental scratch pad we use to temporarily store phone numbers and grocery lists, are especially vulnerable to pressure. In a 2004 study, a group of university students were asked to perform math problems, some easy, others more complex and memory intensive. Half the students completed both problem types with nothing at stake, while the others completed them when calm and under pressure. While everyone did well on the easy problems, those who were stressed performed worse on the more difficult memory-intensive tasks. Explicit monitoring theories make up the second group of explanations for choking under pressure. They're concerned with how pressure can cause people to overanalyze the task at hand. Here, the logic goes that once a skill becomes automatic, thinking about its precise mechanics interferes with your ability to do it. Tasks we do unconsciously seem to be most vulnerable to this kind of choking. A study on competitive golfers compared their performance when instructed to simply focus on putting as accurately as possible, versus when they were primed to be acutely aware of the mechanics of their putting stroke. Golfers usually perform this action subconsciously, so those who suddenly tuned in to the precise details of their own moves also became worse at making accurate shots. Choking may not be inevitable for everyone, though. Research suggests that some are more susceptible than others, especially those who are self-conscious, anxious, and afraid of being judged negatively by others. So how can we avoid choking when it really counts? First, it helps to practice under stressful conditions. In a study on expert dart players, researchers found that those who hadn't practiced under stress performed worse when anxious, compared to those who had become accustomed to pressure. Secondly, many performers extol the virtues of a pre-performance routine, whether it's taking a few deep breaths, repeating a cue word, or doing a rhythmic sequence of movements. Studies on golfing, bowling, and water polo find that short rituals can lead to more consistent and accurate performance under pressure. And thirdly, researchers have shown that having an external focus on the ultimate goal works better than an internal focus, where someone is tuned into the mechanics of what they're doing. A study of experienced golfers revealed that those who hit chip shots while focused on the flight of the ball performed significantly better than those who focused on the motion of their arms. So perhaps we can modify that age-old saying, practice under pressure, with focus, and with that glorious end goal in sight, makes perfect. For a nail-biting example of persevering under pressure, we highly recommend The Boys in the Boat. It tells the gripping true story of 9 American rowers and their quest for gold at the 1936 Olympics in Nazi Germany. You can download an audio version of this book for free at audible.com/TEDEd. Every free trial started through this link helps support TEDEd's nonprofit mission.
We cannot hear you, Ritika.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah?
Yes. So we'll start it now. So thank you for seeing the video. I would just like to know your opinion one by one. So we'll start with Professor Marek. Can you help me with your views?
Well, saying the truth, I was preparing my presentation for today's conference under the pressure, and I succeed. I hope so. So I am familiar with working under the pressure, and I am sure many of us, I think all of us, are also working under the pressure very often. This presentation, this video was very interesting and helpful. I have one recommendation, one more recommendation. I think it is useful to make a visualization of your success. When you visualize your success, it is usually easier to achieve it. And this visualization is very helpful because you feel better, you see your success in the future. So I think it is a way or a thing to achieve success under the pressure. I also think that the context is also very important. For example, work-life balance solution is very important. Nowadays, the environment is so dynamic and complex that sometimes we work too much. We lose our free time, our family time, and it may affect negatively our achievements. Also, I recommend, for example, rivalry competition games of sport or training something. You can use your energy and you can be more prepared for dynamic and pressure environment. So, as conclusion, I can say that I work under the pressure sometimes, and I try to deal with it using such recommendations, but also many things presented in the video, for example, some specific breathing and so on. So I am very interested about opinions of other attendants. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Marek, for your wonderful views. Professor Roland, can you hear me?
Yes, and I hope that you can hear me.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Can you please share your views on this topic?
Yes, I agree with Professor Marek, but let me just have the cable here. I'm sharing actually one single cable to two computers. So I'm here. Okay, so I agree with Professor Marek Matejun. I don't know how to pronounce your Matejun.
Just Matejun, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, but I would like to add two more things. I think maybe you have heard about the book Eat That Frog. I really suggest that book. Before starting to read it, I was like, how can I handle this and that and that and that? And I was under pressure all the time and stress. My wife looked at me like, okay, I don't want to talk to you anymore. So go back to your office and stay there and don't come home. Now, then I started to read it and I realized, oh, I should prioritize my tasks. And I actually did that when I was in university, but I completely forgot about that because I just became bombed by more and more tasks, especially after changing my citizenship and I mean, doubling my citizenship and adding the Korean citizenship at the university. They realized, oh, this person can speak Korean. And so they started to misuse me as an interpreter for everybody who speaks only English. And I said, no, that's not my task. So, prioritize those tasks which you need to do. And then I think most of the problems, just like in my case, for example, today I was late, but I am here, so sort of solved, at least partly, if not 100%.
Thank you so
That's
much. Thank you so much, Professor Roland.
I can add that Eurasia Research is always your priority.
Professor Ahmed, can you hear us? Okay, they might be facing some technical glitches. So let's move forward towards our conference. Next up, we have our next presenter, MP Ramaswamy, Law University of Macau, Zhuhai, Macau. His topic is Stress CSR Orientation and Competitive Advantage Business to Business, Emerging European Regulatory Standards Governing Digital Services and Markets, and its potential reference for other jurisdictions. You may also read his abstract. So he'll be presenting live.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. First of all, before I venture to present my paper, may I again make a small correction, Ms. Ritika Gupta, that the first line of the title is not mine.
Okay.
That is being entered with a typo. The Stress CSR Orientation, Competitive Advantages, Business to Business Market is not my title.
Okay.
Actually, the second and the third line are my title. So, Emerging European Regulatory Standards Governing Digital Services in Markets, its potential for other jurisdictions. So, this is adding that first line has actually added some stress, actually, but let me stay calm. I'm not going to talk about that. I intend to stay with my original agenda. Before starting my presentation, I'd like to thank Eurasia Research. I'm coming back to present to them in this conference after the first experience some years ago. and it's really a pleasure to bring and share with this learned audience my findings. I'd like to thank the team, especially Dr. Florence Charles, who has been in communication with me. And without any further ado, let me now start my presentation. My focus is actually on some recent developments in the European Union with regard to the digital strategy, which is evolving, but mine is more in terms of the regulatory standards governing digital services and markets instead of the strategy itself. And being in the law fraternity, I'd like to actually explore how the evolving regulatory standards in the European Union has implications for other jurisdictions, particularly China, as well as also USA, because these are the three key players who have established specific plans and strategies in being a leader, not only in digital markets, but also artificial intelligence, which has manifested in various forms. And this can also be seen, for example, in artificial intelligence. Europe is also actually working on an AIA. China has come up with also recently regulations governing algorithms that are being used in AI systems, one of the pioneering efforts in the world. And this kind of regulatory race between different jurisdictions is not only to ensure that their respective markets are well governed and regulated, but also not to lose any advantage in attracting international investors and keeping their cross-border trade and commerce within the standards of harmonized regulatory models and different types of obligations that arise. So with this background, if we look into these three major players, Europe has taken a big leap with the introduction of two specific regulatory instruments, namely the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act. These two recent initiatives actually are the keen interest of mine to see that to what extent it reveals innovative regulatory standards distinct from what already exists in Europe, distinct from how other markets have attempted in the past to regulate digital services and markets, and also to examine to what extent this will be a reference for other jurisdictions to seek to achieve consonance with the European standards. This is actually driven by the previous experience, which we are all familiar with, very popular, the GDPR. The GDPR in 2016, because of its extensive extra-territorial reach, has been taken note of by various public and private entities around the world in order to ensure the bilateral data transfers between Europe and their own respective jurisdictions remain smooth, because European approach in this regard, with regard to special arrangements with certain markets like USA, were not extended to other jurisdictions, and most jurisdictions had no choice but to make sure that they comply with the GDPR requirements. So this experience of the European Union can be seen as a success, not only around the world, but also within the European internal market, because this is not simply a attempt to harmonize the laws of the member states in a more softer way, which was using the directive. Because as we can see that previously the 1995 directive seeking to harmonize data protection in Europe was not actually similar to the GDPR, because the GDPR is a regulation, union level regulation, which seeks to actually harmonize in a much stringent standard, which all member states have to follow, whereas a directive allows them certain flexibility to custom make regulations within their respective jurisdictions. So this approach of moving from a directive to regulation has been highly successful in the context of GDPR and data protection. So using a similar model, now Europe has come with this approach of introducing two distinct regulations, despite having directives like the e-commerce directive, which is quite old now, almost 2 decades ago. But not only that it needs a revitalization, but also the instrument that can be chosen to achieve this would be a regulation instead of a directive, another directive. So in this context, as we can see, this is particularly interesting. Why there is a need to rejuvenate the e-commerce directive in terms of whatever standard it achieves. Forget about the nature of the instrument. Because since then, the technology has evolved quite a bit, and the applications of mobile technology and the increasing use of social media has created a lot of challenges for the governance in terms of not only protecting the interests of consumers, but also, to more interestingly, giving a level playing field for different stakeholders, especially business entities that wanted to be having equal access and fair access to networks and digital opportunities. Because as we have seen and would have heard, that some of the large players, like the very large online platforms, or even the so-called gatekeepers, like the huge ones, like Google and Amazon and others, Facebook, so on and so forth, who have millions of users, who had the potential to limit other commercial entities or business service providers from effectively utilizing the advantages the technology offers in digital markets. So with this scope and ambit, the paper examines to what extent we could find innovative features within the DSA and the DMA, which are the two regulations. So first, the DSA, and both of these instruments actually have a different purpose. How do we distinguish why there is a need for two distinct regulations here? It's because, first of all, the DSA is more focused on ensuring this balance of interest between different stakeholders, including that of intermediary service providers, online platforms, recipients of the services, consumers, etc. Whereas the DMA focuses more in terms of ensuring the market is fair and competitive, and there are not monopoly practices or the gatekeepers have a larger say in the market and restrict opportunities for smaller players. So the DMA is more like ensuring a competitive market and fairness in the market, whereas DSA is more focused on balancing the interest of different stakeholders within the digital services industry. And in this context, we could see that the objective is quite different. But then to see that in both these dimensions, how other jurisdictions are doing. For example, China. China has also shown interest of, following the concerns that have emerged with regard to some of the large players like Tencent or Baidu or Alibaba and so on and so forth, which are also huge players within their market. And they also have concerns, and they have started to propose guidelines which are more in the soft law nature, not necessarily a binding instrument as the European Union has chosen. So one of the arguments I put forward in my paper is China needs to go beyond this if it really has to effectively ensure fair play in their digital market, the experience of the European Union would be a very valid reference, not just because it is one of the pioneers who have done it, but also because of the context in which they are doing it, which is actually a regional context. And China has to also achieve this, at least in the region where I am in, which has actually proposed an economic integration of the three markets, three jurisdictions which we have, interestingly, which is the PRC, Hong Kong and Macau, which together are striving to establish a greater Bay Area economic cooperation area. And of course, it's a very interesting model here. We have three different legal systems with different regulatory approaches on various frontiers of governance, including data protection and regulation of digital services and markets. So how the European experience working with different member states to harmonize and bring together a DSA and DMA could be also of interest for the GBA, the Greater Bay Area cooperation between China, Macau, and Hong Kong. Secondly, China being quite a bit influenced by the experiences in certain civil law jurisdictions like Germany, in both of the civil code or other types of specific areas of law, including criminal law, one would be able to see how individual players within the European Union, like Germany, have contributed to this evolution of the DSA and DMA in terms of the preparatory debates of the DSA and DMA within the European Parliament or within the context of the Commission, etc. And that is going to be very relevant for China to look into. So in all these contexts, the importance of this experience is what I am trying to explore. And in how I have done this is systematically trying to closely examine the salient features and assess these features within the DSA and DMA. And here I have started to look into in my paper with regard to indeed the element of even conceptual definitions within the law, within the regulation, the two regulations. And here, as we could see that moving away from that, there is a very interesting regulatory structure that has been adopted by the DSA particularly, and also a very systematic formulation of regulatory standards within the DMA. So both of this are of keen interest for other jurisdictions, I argue, because the standards themselves manifest interesting innovative features, but also they also have a very good balance and structure. So all these elements have to be noted down. And in this context, I wanted to highlight some of them as the time would be of limit here. I am going to be highlighting only some elements which could be of interest to show where these distinct features are relevant for other jurisdictions to note. In terms of, first, the objective of these two instruments, especially the DSI, we could see that, as I told you, the focus is also in terms of users, very broadly defined, and consumers sometimes, very specifically. Users could be business users and consumers as well. So here in terms of this, we could see that some of the values it attaches in terms of prescribing these standards are very, very interesting. Some of them are very general values like safety, predictability, trust. Some of them are even taking this to the more higher pedestal of grand norms, namely protection of the fundamental constitutional rights itself. So that is something very interesting. Of course, in the European context, this is very, very important. to see these interests more from the perspective of rights, which are protected under the European Convention on Human Rights and other constitutional instruments within the Union. Other than that, we could also see that the emphasis is given so much in terms of not forgetting the intermediary services. The digital intermediary services market needs to be functioning smoothly because it has a lot of scope for innovation. Unless there is a fair legal environment, there's also a predictable environment more than fairness. Fairness will be more in terms of the DMA, we will come later. In DSA, they wanted a very clear, predictable consequences of their liability, their obligation. What are my responsibilities when I am notified of some illegal content? What are my rights, etc., etc. They wanted a very clear predictability so that they can operate within the parameters of this, what legal standards would govern them. And beyond this, we also see there are specific obligations mandating due diligence for different categories of intermediary service providers. That is very, very important because one of the distinct features that has come out in this regard is the cascading approach of presenting the obligation. Instead of providing a standard set of obligations for intermediary service providers in general or online platforms in general, the DSA has taken a very multi-layer approach of providing a set of common obligations that would apply for all intermediate service providers, then moving on to prescribe something specific to that of different categories of players. For example, those who are providing hosting services and those online platforms, and then to add additional obligations for the large online platforms. So if anyone, even a common man looking at this regulation will be able to know where they fit in and accordingly choose the set or sets of obligations that would govern their operations. So if you are anyone in the digital market, to start with, you will have to look at the common standards first. Then you try to identify what is the specific role of yours, whether you are a hosting service provider or you are an online platform or you are a very large online platform, then accordingly you add those additional obligations to define clearly and demarcate the set of obligations that would govern your operations. So that is a very relevant characteristic. And altogether, we could see that there is an attempt to balance innovation with the protection of specific interest, because it is very, very important. And this is a fundamental balance that is required in any regulatory approaches, because technology has a lot to offer. So it is not should only be tilted towards protecting the consumer interest. And at the same time, you cannot ignore consumer interest or user interest without looking into how to regulate the technology itself. So in this regard, if we move on further, we could see that there are certain definitions which the DSA is not doing it afresh. It adopts some of the definitions from other union level instruments that already exist. In certain definitions, they are using certain non-exhaustive specific definitions. But other jurisdictions who are trying to look at this experience in a comparative law may not find that approach relevant or suitable for their respective jurisdictions. So they may be probably seeking to move away from and provide a more exhaustive definition, and or non-exhaustive definition, I should say, a more non-exhaustive definition. They wanted to have that, but similarly, there are some cautious definition of what an online platform is. And that caution is essential also in the European context to achieve that, encouragement for innovation. And also the online interface is widely defined. And some other interesting elements is with regard to advertisements. What is the definition of an advertisement? And interestingly, it is defined to encompass not only commercial advertisements, but also non-commercial content or promotion of non-commercial interests is also regulated. The other one is very, very relevant, which is about the issue of recommender systems. Because as we could know that when we are using different online platforms or their services without our knowledge, there could be influences made with terms of how the information is presented to us. In sometimes what information is promoted, what information is not promoted. Not only that, but even subtle practices of how the information is displayed, the order in which it is displayed could also make a big difference. So now these elements are regulated as well. So this is something to be manifestly determined, and that's something which should be informed to the user. So this is a very important requirement. The other one is about illegal content and what is the responsibility with regard to the online platforms of whether they do have some responsibility there or not. Of course, the DSA seeks to regulate the online platforms in this regard and attribute some responsibilities to them. So this illegal content under the DSA is determined whenever an information by itself or a specific acts like selling goods or services violates EU law, and also or the laws of the member states. So the definition here, illegality can arise either when it violates the European law or the laws of a member states, any member state. So sometimes there could be a situation of certain things being illegal in certain member states and not in others. So these kind of situation can arise sometimes because, let's say, for example, selling some memorabilia like in certain jurisdictions could be perceived as illegal, whereas in other jurisdictions it may not be illegal. So these kind of issues can also be addressed by the DSA in terms of the definition. But this in itself should not be attached too much of significance because many of these laws are more or less harmonized within the European context. And also the next one with regard to the role of the online platforms with regard to content moderation, what type of role they should play. So they have a role for detection and identification of illegal content, as well as also certain measures they should take. So this includes, for example, after identification, denying access, disabling visibility, or even removing the availability of the violating content or information itself, and also disable the ability to provide such content. Further, that can also be stopped, implemented. Then there are a wide range of measures prescribed in content moderation. We don't have time to go into that. Now let me quickly move on to the couple of other issues within the DSA before I conclude with my comments on DMA and its implications. In terms of the obligations, we could see this, as I told you already, the cascading structure. So I'm not going to go into the structural element. So in terms of the first set of obligations that governs all the intermediate service providers, we could see this includes actually some important fundamental obligations. This is something for common provisions that includes, for example, obligation to add information on any usage restriction in terms and conditions of the service. Then they have to publish annual reports regarding the content moderation they carried out, and obligation to establish a single point of contact and publish relevant information to facilitate the identification communication with such contact. And finally, the obligation to designate a legal representative in a member state when the intermediary service provider is not established within the EU. So even for entities not within the EU providing online intermediary services, they are required to nominate someone accountable within the EU. Then going beyond that to the hosting services, we could see that some examples, not everything, the specific provisions is mainly provide easy access and user-friendly notification mechanisms. This is a very, very relevant one. The purpose of this is to enable others to report the presence of any potential illegal content to those services. And also, when they notify, what type of elements to be included in such notification. Because here, there is a big challenge for hosting services, because sometimes, as we have seen this, when someone is hosting certain videos, some people may notify illegality of that. But then the question is how to determine the legality. Who has the onus? Should the hosting service provider has the obligation to determine the legality and then to decide whether to remove the content or not? And what if the user challenges that decision? So here it is actually trying to address this concern by seeking that what kind of due diligence requirements are needed on the part of the hosting service providers to ensure that any complaints raised are actually true, and there is an element for them to quickly arrive at the decision or regarding the illegality. But one interesting thing here is the DSA has included certain trusted flaggers, who they call. These trusted flaggers are the watchdogs which has expertise. For example, certain NGOs or certain quasi-governmental bodies like consumer associations and others, or certain business interest groups like the Copyright Association or patent associations. These kind of bodies could be able to raise flags, and who can be designated as trusted flaggers, and how the notifications by the trusted flaggers could get some preeminence with regard to actions taken by the hosting services providers. So these are some of the examples with regard to the hosting service providers. Then the last two set of obligations pertains to online platforms and very large online platforms. So online platforms, they are required to make available an internal system, mainly to allow the service recipients lodge complaints with regard to any decisions made regarding the question of legality or the compatibility of their users' use with regard to the terms and conditions. So this internal system is more about a user of the service or raising a concern with regard to a decision made by the online service provider. And this particular one allows them or set out a procedure for them to be able to either look into this and settle the issue, or allow them to raise this in a judicial or non-judicial forum using alternative dispute resolution. So this out of the court settlement can also be possible, but more importantly, the online service providers has a duty to notify the users about these avenues. But not only that, the DSA goes further beyond, and in the event of the complaining party or the notifying party winning the out of the court dispute resolution or the judicial process, the cost of that should be, of course, borne by the online platform. However, in the event of the online platform winning this dispute, the users are not required by the regulation. Explicitly, they are exempted from being imposed with the cost for losing the case. So this is a very important feature to encourage users to be able to raise notifications and challenge the decisions and use the out-of-the-court settlement mechanisms effectively without having to worry about the cost in terms of what would entail in the event of they lose the case. Coming to the element, there's also other powers given to the online platforms, like the power to suspend the services to particular recipients, then also identification of certain characteristics of the online advertisements, and also, more interestingly, if they would also be able to suspend certain services for these people who are habitual busy bees who make complaints without proper legal grounds. So this is a very interesting feature, because one of the concern is, as I already said, certain busy bees who keep complaining for the sake of popularity or making some headlines, they should also be discouraged, and there are built-in provisions for that. Another interesting feature which should be noted down, which has come out very pertinently and very relevant for other jurisdictions to note, is the so-called regulation of dark patterns. The dark patterns are more about how these interfaces are designed. All of us have started to experience after the GDPR, for example. There's often any place or any website we go asks us for our consent with regard to putting the cookies. But you might have seen the differences. Some say that, you know, the way they have designed that consent interface is to enable only the essential cookies, and the non-essential cookies are simply not chosen. So you would say accept, and then you are only accepting the minimum. Whereas some others design in such a way that they are asking you to give extensive permissions for cookies and tracking. So you cannot see a standard set of interface with regard to this cookie consent interface used by different online service providers. But these are to be now regulated, whereby there is possibility of these type of design and interface requirements to be regulated as well. Coming to the very large online platforms, the obligations are very extensive. And who are these very large online platforms? They're at least serving 45 million recipients or more within the UU market. Of course, this can change, and this is something to be done with a designation. So if sometimes someone who has a 45 million recipients or more comes down, they could seek to be, removed from this designation of very large online platforms. Then also, they are required to adopt various mitigation measures prescribed by the DSA, including internal measures related to the services offered, targeted measures to limit advertising displays, measures to enhance detection of systemic risks, as well as measures enhancing cooperation with the trusted flaggers and other online platforms. So as you can see here, the obligations of the VLOPs or the very large online platforms is more in terms of systemic risk itself. So it's not only just going operational level concerns, but also taking them to how this could impact the whole system or network or the infrastructure. Also, the VLOPs or the very large online platforms using recommended system, they are required to incorporate within the terms of conditions relevant information regarding the parameters they used in such system. So with regard to the previous one as well. And also, they have obligations to discharge. They are required to provide access to the prescribed authorities necessary data for the purpose of monitoring and assessing their compliance with DSA. So regulatory authorities should be given access. This is very important for certain modern way of regulations, including RegTech, for example. The regulatory technology that is being used by the regulators increasingly to monitor compliance with regulations. They should be able to use this provision to access certain important data to ensure that these VLOPs indeed comply with this, and this can be a very effective monitoring of compliance. So this is a very modern provision to be noted down. And in other than that specific obligations, they also DSA prescribes some miscellaneous provisions relating to the due diligence obligations. So here it mandates supportive role of the European Commission in promoting the development and implementation of various industry standards, facilitating compliance with certain obligations arising from DSA. So it's also something the Commission's role is foreseen. And there's also Commission has to develop crisis protocols to tackle extraordinary circumstances adversely impacting public security or public health, like COVID and others. And the Commission is also required to involve other relevant stakeholders, including national authorities and organizations, in developing certain relevant protocols. So now, before moving to the DMA briefly, I wanted to mention about certain exemption from liabilities and the duty to act on orders and enforcement that are imposed. This is very, very important in my argument to ensure that the intermediate service providers are exempted from certain potential liabilities. So they grant explicit exemption from certain circumstances, which are essential for the smooth functioning of the digital services market. So this one's, for example, DSA exempts service providers from liability when they merely act as a conduit of the information by the recipient. Also, exemption of liability is recognized when such information is stored as a cache exclusively for the purpose of enhancing the efficiency of the onward transmission. Thirdly, there's also exemption from liability when such information is stored only for the purpose of hosting. And these type of inherent role these service providers have to play are certainly exempted from liability. This is a long recognized argument that they should be exempted from these kind of important risk of liabilities. There's also a very important digital services coordinator for the purpose of enforcement that is created in every member state. And also there is an independent board of digital services, which is established for advising the digital service coordinators and the Commission on the need for supervision of the VLOPs. So now let's come to the final part of my paper. I wanted to briefly mention the distinct feature of Digital Markets Act. I have dealt with that in my paper a little bit more extensively, but here what I want to say is the DMA, as I told you in the beginning of my presentation, is more aimed at ensuring healthy competition and fairness in the market itself. So this is mainly seeks to apply its regulation to all the gatekeepers offering such services, irrespective of the place of residence or establishment or the relevant law governing their services. So it could be Google, it could be having a place of residence somewhere else, but still they should be seeking to be complying with these regulations for offering the service within the European market. So there are many cases with regard to the Irish claims, against Facebook and others. So those kind of elements are sought to be regulated by this. And also, these gatekeepers are defined as core platform service providers, and they are designated as a gatekeeper in accordance with the specific provisions under the DMA. So to be designated as a gatekeeper, the service provider should have a significant impact in the EU market by serving an important gateway for business to access the end users, and holding or would be holding in the future a robust and deep-rooted operating position in the market. So this is the key element to define someone as a gatekeeper, other than those requirements I mentioned to you earlier with regard to the number of users they have to serve, or rather that is more in terms of the very large online platforms. But here, compare that with this, the definition of the DMA, it would be called as a gatekeeper. This is a very broad element this is very relevant, and one should compare that with that of the very large online platforms. Here, the DMA imposes two major sets of obligation. These obligations pertains to the relationship with the businesses and the end users of their services. So the first one talks about a self-implementation set of obligations. This is more about the modalities of how the gatekeepers conduct their business operations with the users. These includes obligation to refrain from combining data from different sources, to permit business users to engage with the third-party online intermediation service providers, permitting business users promote offers and conclude contract with the end users, refraining from restraining business users from raising service-related issues with the public authorities, etc. DMA also mandates the gatekeepers to achieve effective compliance with certain obligations without adopting any circumventing measures to ensure that the objectives of the obligations are not defeated. So anti-circumvention measures are introduced to ensure that the big gatekeepers who have the might in technology and resources will not be able to circumvent them. So the anti-circumvention provisions are very important to deter these big gatekeepers from seeking to find means to evade the regulation. Also, the DMA, like the DSA, empowers the Commission to conduct market investigation for different purposes. And also, it is relevant to note that the DMA is given extensive powers to the Commission to monitor and enforce the obligations. And this includes the power to seek any relevant information, power to interview and obtain statements, power to make on-site inspections, impose interim measures, and create binding decision commitments. Also, determine non-compliance and impose fines and penalties. So this is very important. And here also we have a digital markets advisory committee like the one relevant to the DSA we have seen before. To conclude, I wanted to say that I hope my presentation has highlighted at least the tip of the iceberg of what is going to be the governing mechanism within the Europe in the coming years. This year has seen this being accepted by both the Parliament and also by the Council, and soon it's going to be seen. There is actually a time frame clearly mentioned with regard to when it will take force, these two regulatory acts. But coming to, as I said, how this will have implications for other players like China and the USA, I said already, I'm not going to spend too much time. But what my argument is specifically for them to do this at different levels. First, at a bilateral or individual level, it is inevitable for these jurisdictions to take stock of the developments in the Europe to ensure that their standards are not perceived to be lower than that of the Europe, to allow international players to perceive this weakness in their regulatory environment. Secondly, as I said, the utility of these references for regional economic integration aspirations, like the GBA one I mentioned. And thirdly, which I have kind of tried to articulate, but it's not going to be that easy, is to use the developments within the EU to create some momentum in some sort of international harmonization initiatives, like that of the UN bodies who sought to regulate certain private aspects arising from this, like the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, that has seriously looked into the UN Convention on Electronic Communication, the other instruments governing the matter with regard to the digital markets. So with that, I wanted to stop, and I will be happy to reply to any of your questions in this context. And I would ask you to read my paper, and if there are questions, you can always communicate to me with my email. Sorry that I am in a kind of a consolidation period after a bit of a COVID-related, not a lockdown, but a kind of restriction, and I have limited access, so I'm not able to use fully the advantage of participating using the video. But I look forward for the next opportunity to be able to interact with you using the video. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ramaswamy sir. It was a wonderful presentation. We are so honored to have you here. And if anybody has any questions, they can just write in the chat box. Yes, sir, Marek, you want to say something? Okay.
No, not this time. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. You're most welcome. So if anybody has any question, they can write in the chat box. The speaker will try to answer you there. Now we'll move forward with our last moving forward towards our last presenter of the day. Our last presenter of the day is Dwi Firdasri ma'am, Faculty of Economics and Business, Dinamika University, Surabaya, Indonesia. Her topic is stock selection and portfolio optimization using conditional drawdown at risk. We'll now see the video.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start to the presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Dwi Firdasari from Faculty of Economics and Business, Dinamika University, Indonesia. I would like to present the result of the research under the title LQ45 Stock Selection and Portfolio Optimization using Conditional Drawdown at Risk. In this agenda, we will talk about introduction, which content background, what condition happened, formulation of the problem, purpose of the research, and for literature review. Next, research methodology, content population sample, and the data analysis. And the next is result and discussion. And the final is conclusion. Okay, let's start with introduction. The stock list on the Indonesia Stock Exchange consists of various groups classified as several indices. One of the indices that is often used as a boost to the valuation of the Jakarta Composite Index in Indonesia is the LQ45 Index. This index measures the price performance of the best stocks that have high liquidity and large market capitalization and are supported by good company fundamentals. There are 45 issuers included in the LQ45 index. The 45 issuers are classified by the IDX 2 times a year based on liquid level, issuer capitalization, and other indicators. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a major impact on the world economy, including Indonesia. The economic crisis caused by COVID-19 pandemic caused foreign direct investment to experience an extreme decline up to 35%, or the same as experience a decrease of 20% greater than the economic downturn in 2009. The entry of COVID-19 news on 2nd March 2020, which was officially announced by the President of Indonesia, supported the bearish trend in the JCI, so that there was a decrease of 1.67% to the level of 5361. Over time, JCI continued to experience a sharp decline in trading on 9 March 2020. JCI closed down by 6.5% in one day to 3937 level as the lowest point of JCI for the last 5 years due to COVID-19. This caused the IDX and Financial Service Authority of Indonesia, or OJK, implement policies to hold market panic. The market condition at the time is called drawdown, which can also be interpreted as a condition when an investment portfolio experiences a decrease or pull from the highest to the lowest value in a certain trading period and causes cumulative losses from the funds and securities. From the data presented in the table, it can be concluded that there was a decline in index prices to the lowest level in March 2020 because of the establishment of COVID-19 as a national disaster and sought a drawdown on exchange. The minimum prices of LQ45 and JCI reached low prices with a percentage of 45% and 38% as the minimum drawdown. The data strongly supports the opportunity for a drawdown to occur with a large percentage in a short time on other stock that are members of JCI and LQ40. And next we continue to the sustainable problem formula. The first is how to identify stocks that are stable in LQ45 during the pandemic. The second is how to identify stocks that are stable in the LQ45 index and experience a drawdown during the pandemic. The third is how to identify stable stock in the LQ45 index that experience a drawdown during the pandemic based on the priority index. And the fourth is how is calculation of the CDAR value in stocks identified as stocks that are stable in the LQ45 index and experience a drawdown during the pandemic based on the best priority index. And the last is how is the optimization of stock from the result of identifying stocks that are stable in the LQ45 index and experience drawdown during the pandemic based on the best priority index and CDAR value as the parameters. So, based on the background and formulation of the problem before, the goal to be achieved from this stage is to produce optimal portfolio optimization of stocks that are stable in the LQ45 index with drawdown condition during the pandemic and have the best priority index using conditional drawdown at risk or CDAR as a parameter. Of these objectives can be described as follows. The first is to generate a stable state in LQ45 during the research period. The second is to produce stable LQ45 stock and experience a drawdown during the pandemic. The third is to produce stable LQ45 stocks and experience a drawdown during the pandemic with the best priority index. The fourth is to generate CDAR value in stock identified by LQ45 shares that are stable and experience the drawdown during the pandemic based on the best priority index. And the last is to produce the stock optimization from the result of the identification of LQ45 stock that experience a drawdown during the pandemic based on the best priority index using the CDAR value as a parameter. Next, let's move to the literature review. For the first literature review, we talk about priority index. Priority index is an analysis used to construct a portfolio in stock selection based on fundamental factors such as EPS, PER, and PEG that developed to measure the growth rate of the company by Farina in 1969, and this method also used by Sinha in 2015 to research S&P 500 in 2014. On the study, stock selection using daily data has a higher average return than annual data. The result also showed that method has an optimum period of up to 5 months to make investment decision by Fasciani in 2020. And the second literature review is about optimization portfolio using conditional drawdown that can be interpreted as a condition when an investment portfolio experiences a decline or move from the highest to the lowest value in a certain trading period and causes cumulative loss of funds or securities. This condition can be used as an indicator of risk measurement, especially during an economic recession, causing the market and exchange to experience a drastic decline by Chekhov in 2000. In this study, Chekhov researched to 32 derivative markets spread across the world from 1995 until 1999. And other research state that simple portfolio drawdown concerns are linear and can be used to find the maximum portfolio value of risk adjusted for return. To refute the assumption that portfolio risk is a nonlinear equation that cannot be used using linear programming by Davidson in 2012. Okay, so now let's move to the method that used in this research. The population ensemble which used in this study is price of stock in LD45 index and number in financial report that listed Indonesia Stock Exchange in February 2020 to October 2021. And first data analysis is stock stability selection. The first step, stable stock during the period conducted in the study are selected for the next step of the study. The second analysis is identify drawdown stocks. The second step, stock which has drawdown price are selected for the next step of the study. The criteria of selected in this step are: after experienced drawdown, the stock price has risen to continue the uptrend after touching the lowest value. The stock price has not experienced a continued decline during the pandemic because it has reached the maximum value of the drawdown. And the stock price does not increase a little then continue the drawdown or drawdown. The result of identify are the drawdown stock and the best 10 stock uptrend until the last research period. Okay, continue to the third data analysis, priority index. The formula that used in this calculation are EPS, PER, PEG, its scoring, and priority indexes. The result of the third step is stocks that have the biggest or the best PI value and also include in the best 10 stocks uptrend until the last research period. And the next is CDAR calculation. The fourth step is calculating CDAR of the stock, which is the result of the third step. The following are formula which is used to calculate CDR. There are stock return, expected return, drawdown, maximum drawdown, value at risk, and CDAR itself. The result of the CDAR calculation are then used as a reference in calculating optimization in the next step. CDAR is used as the maximum value of group based on history and predicted returns that will be achieved by investor. And the last data analysis is portfolio optimization. From the data, the calculation of the CDAR value, then optimization of the stable LQ45 stock portfolio was carried out, which experienced a drawdown with a best priority index using the solver menu in Microsoft Excel. The linear equation entered the program is the total weight of the entire selected is 1. The stock optimization using solver Microsoft Excel result in this optimization of selected stock along with a comparison of the allocation or weight of funds per each selected stock with the largest risk divided reward value. Okay, now let's move to result and discussion. For the first is stock stability selection. In the period from the February 2020 to October 2021, there were 4 periods used by IDX in classifying the list of stock included in the LQ45 index. In the selection of stock stability, data collection was carried out on stocks that were stable in the index during the research period. From this step, the following results are obtained: 38 stocks. For the second is identify drawdown stock. The result of this identify are 5 downtrend stocks and 33 uptrend stock after reaching the lowest price drawdown. 25 of 33 reached higher prices than all-time high before the pandemic in this research period. The following is the table which presents 10 uptrend stocks up to the end of the period. Okay, now the third result and discussion, priority index calculation. In this calculation, there were 3 stocks from drawdown identification eliminated because the financial statements were not published on the INDEX website or the official website at the time of research, so their fundamental details were unknown. The table beside present the result of 30 stock priority index calculation. The result of the calculation are the top 10 stocks with the best PI value and are included in uptrend stock until the end of research period. Two selected stocks were obtained, namely BBCA and TBIG. This is TBIG and this is BBCA. To stock this is the result of comparison of this table and the table before. And the fourth result is CDAR calculation and optimization for revenue. The result of calculating the CDAR value in the initial calculation used temporary stock weight. In this calculation is used with the total weight amount is 1. The professional weight used on TBIG and BBCA shares were 0.61 or 61% and 39% respectively. The calculation result of the CDAR value with temporary weight shows a value it's about 0.2%. Now we are going to the final result and discussion, optimization portfolio. After optimization using software or Microsoft Excel, the following results were obtained. First, optimization, the second, and the third. From some of the optimization result, the weight value of the stock is taken which produces the greatest return divided risk value, namely the third optimization. The details of the third optimization result are as follows. Weight of TBIG with around 20% and weight of BBCA with around 79%. The value of CDR as the maximum risk obtained in investment during the research period is about 0.19% and the return obtained is 0.10%. And now we are going to the conclusion. Based on the result described previously, it can be concluded that the LQ45 stock selection and portfolio optimization using conditional drawdown at risk was observed from 2 stocks. There are BBCA and TBIG stocks. The proportion of each stock is 79.1% for BBCA and 20.9% for TBIG, with a risk of 3.19% and a return of 1.8% at the time of the COVID pandemic during the study period. The risk of time by using CDR as a parameter is the maximum risk that is optimized by optimizing the minimum risk value. And for an additional, These are the references that we use for this research. Okay, that's all of my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Zoe ma'am, for your lovely presentation. Would you like to add something here, ma'am? Okay, so if anybody has any questions, please write in the chat box. The speaker will try to answer you then. Thank you. Now, I would just like to, with a great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smooth running conference with a very interesting presentation. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. You can also check our upcoming conferences. Also, in the end, I would like to share a piece of information with you all. We have also launched a free of cost that is teaching and education summit for all researchers, practitioners, students, educationalists. Till now, we have conducted 3 summits successfully. And the 4th summit will going to be on 16th of August 2022. Also, you may get certificate for summit by paying USD 55 only. So in the end, I would just like to ask for feedback. So Professor Marek, can you please help us with the feedback?
Thank you very much. Another great conference. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in it. I'm really sorry we were not able to meet in Bali, Indonesia, because I love Bali and Indonesia so much. I was 4 times in Bali, and it is great country and great island. And today's conference was also very interesting, was very powerful presentation. I am very happy with the topic because the topics were mainly related to business and economics, entrepreneurship, creativity, innovation, and so on. I know that other conferences are interdisciplinary, but today's topic fits me very well. So I am very happy to be here with you and hope to meet you at conferences organized by Eurasia Research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Marek. We are so honored to have you here. Professor Rollins, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you please share your feedback?
Well, I actually really enjoyed some of the presentations and Samuel's contribution as well. I am very, very sad that I couldn't hear Professor Matejun's presentation. I hope that I can watch that then on Facebook later on. And once again, congratulations to the fantastic organization. Please keep up the good work. Even though sometimes as you see, mistakes can happen. Well, mistakes can happen always. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rollins. Okay, thank you, everyone. You all have a great day ahead. So we'll end it now. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. See you. Bye.